Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. I am your humble host, Mr. David Null, also known as Hawkeye Two Feathers. And I don't like where that camera's sitting. I greet you with the honor of the infinite creator. I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you will continue to learn how to accept and receive the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. So, with that said, it's 4:20 somewhere. So, Smoke, if you got him. Here's another thing, too. This is part two. I was not rudely interrupted earlier because, hi, Ian, Teresa, Katniss, Chloe, y'all came back. Yeah. Sorry for the interruption, but it's my dear friend who is one of the few people that comes and checks on me on a regular basis. And so, and he was on his way home from work and stopped, and we had a little chat, and he was checking on me, and which is always grateful, so anyway, but we're always grateful when folks check on us. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, this idea and in having a little conversation with him, and uh, catching up on some of the highlights, I guess, of today, and sort of the last minute things that people are saying, about tomorrow, the next day, and so forth, and and it's like I'm the smoke if you got him. We'll say thank you and hi to Bob. Um, Cheers. Have a little bit of coffee, and like for example, some of the ET folk are like, man, we're gonna have all this, everything's gonna go, we ain't gonna let this other one. Nope, that ain't gonna happen. Okay, really? Oh yeah, and med beds are gonna be out again. We promised them. Yeah, okay, last 3, 4, 10 years. Okay, still waiting, right? Well, then this is gonna happen, and all this is coming up now, and the disclosure and the thingy and the okay. And all this is like supposed to be like soon, right? This is the calm before, I don't want to say storm, but the calm before something, okay? And I thought I would personally be a little bit more tense and jittery. And I've been remarkably calm myself the last couple of days. Really kind of focused on around the house here, and got stuff upstairs cleaned up. I mean, literally piles of stuff that I have kept for the wrongest reasons, and realizing, as time changes with us, so do our priorities, I guess, right? So, but in watching some of these last minute conversations, if you will, with some listening into some folks, I'm just like, it's going to be a curious day tomorrow and the next day and whatever. It's going to be real curious. There is like speculation that, speculation. And I'm like, I got to scratch my head and go, okay, I've been a conspiracy nut for forever, since John F. Kennedy, right? Um, and the idea that that China and somebody might actually stage an invasion, and like what, with a takeover power because of certain connections, and what was supposedly happened up in Maine a couple of weeks ago, and certain other things, and like why are so many National Guard in the Capitol when if it were me, I wouldn't go. Even if I supported them, I wouldn't go, simply because of all the weirdness going on, right? So, what else is going on? Scratch head, scratch head. But, but the Chinese army, I mean, really? Which is interesting because, they just declared that Cuba was going to be, a nasty place. And all these folks coming up from Honduras kind of thing, like, well, wait a minute, Sleepy B's going to be the one who's going to allow all them folks to cross over the border and all that kind of good stuff. And, it's going to be a new day for the world. And like, what? And you see all the videos of these people rushing the gates and rushing through. And he's like, wait a minute, who are these people? And hang on, but, there are rules that we should all follow, especially in this day and time. I mean, if I can't get certain things in the state of Georgia and I got to prove through my own birth certificate and thumbprint, handprint, and baby footprint to be able to get a driver's license or whatever here in my own state that I have lived now for most of my life, not all of it, but a good portion of it now, last 45 years, easy. Almost 50, but to the point though that here's, I live here. I got a social security number and I still have to have all these things, but okay. So, but what is freedom going to mean in a week? What's freedom going to mean in 100 days? What's freedom going to mean in 4 years? Because if anyone that has any type of voice of dissension, and apparently it doesn't really matter what that dissension needs to be. If it's dissension, then it's not allowed. And I just have to say that in any good organization, dissension and discussion is like the primary thing. I mean, I've been in meetings with engineers and folks, and, they're like, listen, we have to make this like this. And the other guys are going, yeah, but this might actually cost us too much. And screw it. If we try to go cheaper, it's really going to cost us. And back a few years ago, Ford made a big mistake and they paid for it. Oh my God. So we used to make these little tiny parts that went on certain models of Ford, and they tried to put they tried to put a gizmo at the end of each spark plug kind of thing, so that you could send low voltage to the spark plug, and then this little ceramic thingy piece would up the voltage and make it give it that extra spark. Oh my God, did they have trouble with them things? They had to reconvert and go backwards to fix everything. Them things it was nutty. And I mean, I bet you they spent 50 to 100 million, probably closer to 100 million on something they started out with that they were assured by the engineers they could fix and couldn't. And they had bought into it anyway and had to keep going up to a point until they could make another solution. But they tried their best for 2 years to make it work, and it didn't work. Anyway, coil unplug is what it was called. But anyway, but in this new, in the freedom of discussion, though, there were those of us. I was an independent contractor, is the reason I bring this up. I was an independent contractor, so I could look at both sides and go, hey, wait a minute, both of you got it wrong. Y'all are not looking at this much, much bigger picture. You're having issues with it now with all of the last 2 years of test and study, and you still can't get it right. Look at yourselves in the mirror and go, this is a boondoggle. And instead, they tried to make it work, sort of like, the Edsel, for those of you who remember that. But anyway, and now, people are like, wow, an Edsel, boy, if I had an Edsel. Anyway, they're very collectible now. But the idea, though, that the freedom to be able to have discourse with one another and say, well, I agree with you, but there are some things that I would like to discuss, but if I say them, I'm going to be, the talk police is going to get me. The word giant's going to come in and squash me, And it's like, but wait a minute now, but no, we live in the land of the free and the home of the brave. If you're brave enough to try to be free, I guess that we should sort of rearrange that. And there's already discussion that some of these folks literally want to throw out the Constitution and come up with a new set of rules and just basically, oh, well, we don't care about this. We're going to throw out that. And this is no good. And this is the new age. And in that way, it would be the end of everything that I'm supposed to have known, grown up knowing, and, supposedly all the other patriots. And God forbid that should happen. I mean, it'd be bad enough to, have some of these crackpots, being in charge of stuff, but let alone ripping and shredding documents and getting rid of the old, which they have proven to do. So, knocking over statues and stuff like that. They tried that down here in the South, and you should have seen ladies with shotguns protecting the Civil War memorials here in Colquitt County and some of the other counties too. But yeah, women with guns, absolutely. And like, you go, girls, for real. So, and it's not because that there's anything racist about it. It was just a Confederate soldier memorial. I mean, this is the Deep South, for God's sake. But it wasn't anything like anything particular. It was just a memorial. And I'm sorry, but we did fight the war, and the South lost big time. The South is still losing to the bureaucrats in the North. The carpetbaggers came down here and, took over the South. And over the 150 years, Southerners have kind of come back. And some of them Northerners have been Southernized, but they keep trying to bring their wily ways into the South. And it's like, certain people are saying that, Southerners need to go to, re-education camps because we don't understand what it's all about. Well, tell that to the farmers who produce the cabbage and all the stuff because, Colquitt County alone supplies this unimaginable amount of cabbage on not only on a United States level, but, some actually get shipped overseas. But to the point though that, and you want to piss these people off. Okay. You want to re-educate them, the people who are farming the land and providing you with food. You want to re-educate those. And I guess that means me too. So hang on, what about this is we're all going to be together. We're all going to be together if you think like us. Now, to me, that's not a freedom. And I'm praying, okay, I'm full of hopium. I'm hoping that people don't lean that way. We have the opportunity to choose how we think. We supposedly have the right to say whatever we'd like to, and at least in a modicum of civility and with honor and respect to other people. Dear Chairman, I raise my hand and submit that I would like to be cleared for, being able to say things. There are folks who have literally asked for the death of certain people. There are those would say, those Republican folks, should be, hung, slaughtered, cut off, not allowed to, what? Hang on. When they took over 12 years ago, none of us said we should get rid of all you guys. I mean, wait a minute. I mean, this is just getting rid of who for what? And I was watching, I don't know, some animation thingy. And it was that, these beasts, it was like Planet Hulk or something. I don't know. And it was these beasts that were on the planet and they couldn't stand it. This opposing side, but they looked sort of like manted. The opposing side, they were like, nope, we don't want to learn to live with you. We are going to exterminate you. We don't want your kind here. None of yous. And they were like, but wait a minute, we were actually here before you got here. And so here's this thing, and the only answer that this one group came up with was total annihilation of the other. There was no middle ground. And I'm thinking to myself, now these are in animes, right? And there are creatures on other planets and things. But the subject matter, and I wish I could tell you which one it was, but I can't. But the idea, though, so that, it was that, wait a minute, there must be compromise. Nope, we want them all dead. But they're not hurting you. They don't even want to go to war with you. Don't care. They're all dead. If they ain't us, that's it. So it's like, now, wow. And we have to understand that I think some of these folks, excuse me, have come up through the years of, the MS and the Mockingbird, and you understand that they have gone into a belief system I don't even think they're quite aware of. They have become these insects on another planet, and that there is no compromise. It's total domination. Nope, you got to think like us, and that's it. Nope, and we're going to re-educate you if you don't like it, and we're going to. But wait a minute, weren't we supposed to be founded on the idea of debate? The two houses, well, and some would say two parties, but one of the things that I don't think a lot of people are aware of is that in the Constitution, for example, the president and the vice president are elected separately. Separately. So you could have a Democratic vice president with a Republican president. It's in the articles, but we don't do that. They combined, and who did it? When did they do it? Did they write it down? Did they change No, they're supposed to be separate. Now, what if we went back to that? Just saying. And did what was written down. And, having been through, Tampa Catholic High School, Most Holy Redeemer, and I was talking with a friend of mine. I said, those Catholics back then really gave us a good education. They taught us to look. They taught us to pay attention. They taught us, and some of my Catholic friends, I look and go, I went to the same class as you did. What happened to you all? But anyway, I still love them. But the idea, though, that they're ideals and they are literally, okay, I'm an old hippie. But they literally would like to, we should kill these people the way they think. And it's like, what? Hang on. Where did this come from? I thought you were peace loving, we should be open for debate. Not quite. But so even the folks within the certain party are already arguing amongst themselves. They're bringing in old cronies from way back. So if you think there's going to be anything that's going to be, quote, progressive in this, unquote, then why would you bring a bunch of old farts like me with these old mentalities and cronyism? Are we going to be free after these people get through doing whatever it is they have on their agenda? Remember now, Agenda 21 has always been in play, and Agenda 30. So those of us who understand these things, we have to just say, listen, there's a bigger game here. And we're hoping that this isn't where it's headed. We'll see. I'm not panicked in any way. I'm not ready yet to grab the popcorn. If the emergency broadcast system, it's EBS, by the way, emergency broadcast system, The nee, nee, nee. Okay. And they, being in radio, we had to, you have to play it twice a month by law through the FCC. Now, the FCC can dingle and dangle and change stuff, but it used to be the like radio law. You will put out this, uh, signal and allow everybody to know twice a month what this means and what this sound is, and you should turn into your local whatever. So, but anyway, if we hear that going off a lot, then I guess we'll know that the jig is up or the gig is up, depending on which way you want to pronounce it. So, in this reality, though, we are living in a time, in my lifetime, some of this compares to what happened in the 60s with blacks getting the vote, being, etc. Because up to that point, they were still only 2/3 of a human being. Okay. Seriously. They were only 2/3 of a human being. So, in that, it had to be changed. And there are many folks my age. I've known some of these white folk, black folk, and they're just good people, regardless of what color they are. And for those of us who have just simply dropped the color barrier, somebody said, well, I have this lady that I know, and for some reason I have to, and she's a black lady, that works at the library. And I'm thinking about a person that she retired several years ago, but Miss Selena, she was a lovely lady, and she loved me and the puppet shows that I did, and gave me work when nobody else would, and helped make me famous down here in the South and then within the state of Georgia. God bless her, And but I always did her right. And sometimes I volunteered for stuff, and go up to Albany and do, but she'd always find money somewhere to be able to, give me a decent salary, and so when other people wouldn't give me the opportunity, she did. So, and I would sort of throw in that there's this really nice lady up there in Albany at the library, this wonderful black lady, and people say, well, I have to stipulate whether or not she's white or black. Could I have just left that part out? And part of me says, in having conversation with people, well, why'd you have to say it was a black lady? She was just a lady. That's true. But, this lady is this extremely wonderful black woman, is the way I was trying to portray it. Not that, hey, there's this black lady I know of. No, it was more that, she's in charge of the children's department, Miss Selena, and not anymore, but, and she does this. And so I was trying to promote the fact that as a black woman, she was in charge of these things and how wonderful she was. Now, would I do that to a Mexican? Well, I know this really nice Mexican women at the library. Or would I know, what I'm saying? So in this freedom of having the conversation, we have learned to discuss these things where race is sort of brought into it. Now, I did it because because she was this very powerful, and wonderful black woman. And I wanted to accolade her achievements, So, but anyway, what's that got to do with the last words of freedom? She was a person that I knew that spoke freedom and gave people the opportunity, like me, to be able to be a creative artist and express myself, and then also give me compensation when she could. And I was hired when they opened up Turtle Park there in Albany, right beside the Riverfront Park. And I did puppet shows and storytelling for 4 hours. And I kept, there were thousands of people that were there that day, and had a ball. Couldn't talk for 2 days after I got done. But anyway, so the idea that here are these, to me, heroes in my life that helped me to become a better me. And but what have I? But I have to ask myself after all this time, would I have said, I know this really nice Mexican lady, or this really nice, Puerto Rican woman, or this really nice English woman, or this really nice German woman, or this really nice, you know what I'm saying? But because I could tell by the color of her skin, and so my identifier was thrown in there. I still am curious about that. I got this really good friend of mine. He's a black dude that I've known for years. Well, if I said there's this guy I've known for years, it's this white dude I've known for years. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so the parallels of that, though, but in that, though, many of us give respect to other cultures. Many of us show respect and honor to other cultures. But then again, even though for all of my years of having worked closely with, there were black churches, I was the only white person there, okay? And I'd show up and do puppet shows, didn't care. I would do, storytelling or whatever they needed, right? And a lot of times, even to, I was invited to all black family reunions as their entertainment, okay? So it's like I think back on my career and the wonderful people that I've known in the black community being, 7,500 people show up for a family reunion, barbecue outside and all the, trimmings and fixings and get to eat all that good food and get paid to do it, have a wonderful time. But then, I get home and then somebody want to call me a racist. I'm a white, I'm a white racist, a white supremacist. And I'm going, I just came from a family reunion, the only white person there. And you're trying to tell me that I'm the racist? That I'm the one that's trying to promote white supremacy because I support, are you kidding me? And yes, that's the answer. So of all the good things that I've tried to do and I've done the same thing within the Mexican community. So, but the idea, and that's why I know so much about sort of the back traffic and stuff anyway, but having done this all of my life and have been accepted into other cultures. Now there's, to my knowledge, that I haven't gotten into, or the privilege or whatever, the Chinese culture, but from these other different types of people, and have been, go spend a Sunday with some of these folks and tell stories and play music and and entertain the kids and just be there and be the only white guy and all Mexican or all black. So people who just want to point the finger at us and say, you're white, so you must be a white supremacist. And well, wait a minute. That is not how I feel. That's not how I've lived. If you knew the people that I've known over the years and the types of stuff, would you still call me a white racist? So in my freedom of being able to use words, because of, quote, my political stance in the last couple of years, I am now treated as one of these bigots and supremacists and, really? Have you come and looked at my life? Have you come and looked at some of the white people that I know who have worked very closely with a lot of black folk, male and female? I mean, up in Northwest Moultrie over there. It's the black section of town. And a little bit of mixed in there. It's gotten a little better over the years, but Northwest Moultrie is like South Chicago and East, so I would go there and set up and do puppets for this all black community get together. I'm the only white person there, and the whole neighborhood shows up. They're patting me on the back, having a good time. They're bringing me snacks. I'm telling stories. And folks go, so what did you do last weekend? Well, I went to a black neighborhood and performed for about 300 people. I had a wonderful time. You did what? Yeah, I went into the heart of this black community as a white puppeteer and storyteller and entertained at least 300 people. Easy, Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, well, you still must be a bigot and a racist. Okay, think what you think. You know what I mean? So there are those people who, regardless of our deeds, And I'm not trying to toot my horn, although it may sound like it. I'm just saying people asked me to do them and I volunteered because I felt it was necessary, as not just as a white person, but regardless of my color, I could go into their neighborhood. Because as a black person, they will come into, there's black folk that come in and do lawn work, right? Or they work for, or they're maids, right? So here I am, a lonely storyteller puppeteer, and I go into their neighborhood. I show up and I've never had anything stolen. I had puppets hanging out and things, and there's be some of them, older black women sitting around a little on the large side, in the chair going, I see you over there. Don't you dare. You do. If you do, I'll whoop your tail, Yeah. They was watching out for each other kids. Not just for me, but to keep them out of trouble too. Amazing. A couple of times I've been to black family reunions. Them ladies will sit around and they might be sipping on a little something, but they'll be watching them grandchildren and them youngins, and one of them starts to get out of whack, boy. One of them will say something, and the one with next to her, it's like a conversation that goes all the way around in a circle. And so all these grannies are telling whoever kid that is, you better settle down, or all us grannies are going to whoop you. Hilarious to me, but they meant it and they were serious and the kids had calmed down. So, where we get degenerates or whatever is a learned behavior through society. And after Martin Luther King and all the things that went on in the 60s, do we have freedom? Is that word, does freedom ring? And I would say that it does, at least up to this point. A lot of us are going to question what happens after today. But I'm going to say that there were many of us who didn't think we were going to make it through the 60s. I mean, after JFK was killed, and then MLK, and then, and then Robert Kennedy being just gunned down in, they didn't even try to oh my God, they killed him in the kitchen, for God's sakes, couldn't let him even make it. So the idea, though, that, there are people who've been trying to hold, quote, America together through the supposed Constitution, I will still put my faith in that. Now, there is conversation, and we'll see tomorrow, in the next week or so, that, in 1870s, I think, or maybe it was 1880. But anyway, we went from, Constitution with regular type to the corporation. Okay. So a lot of talk over the bunch of years that we were going to go back to the original Constitution and not be a corporation anymore. We'll see. We'll see. If that were true, oh boy, lots of good things can come out of that. But if the other side has their way and they want to simply get rid of the Constitution and change it to update it and all this other kind of stuff, now there could be a couple of words that might be make it a little easier to understand, but other than, but rewriting it or tossing it, or, I think not. Years ago, I was all gung-ho about the Constitution, remember this and that. And after all these years and watching and listening and paying attention, now it's pretty much, it's pretty much okay up to this point. Nothing we haven't been able to handle, and things that should be handled now, we'll see if it actually does happen. The COG, continuity of government. So it's going to be interesting. I'm not trying to profess anything good or bad going to happen. There might be a few of them who know what's going on, but for most of us, it's going to be like Christmas Day, or it's going to be like opening the gates of hell, one or the other. But here's the thing. One side, regardless, is going to feel that the gates of hell has been open, regardless, you know. If it succeeds and it goes on and nothing, blah, 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 then the gates of hell. And if not, and it's a grand illusion, and then we'll find that out too. So it's like, well, then, wow. So, but for them folk, gates of hell. You follow me? So somebody in a day or two is going to feel like their freedoms have been ripped apart, whether it's us or them. We're going to feel, however it is, that, oh my God, this is wrong, it's unjust, right? If it's them, they're going to be bitching at us. If it's us, we're going to be bitching at them. But here's the thing that has been consistent through all the channels who are saying, just hang on. Because the treason has to be played through. And I get that, because if it was an unsanctioned treasonous event that got us to this point, then the only way to actually make sure that it's a treasonous event is if they try to do the swearing in. And that would be like the final straw. And you couldn't really do anything until then, because everything else would be subject to scrutiny, opinion, or whatever. Okay, that's just an interesting, and I get it. I get it. If you want to hang the folks with the fraud with the goods in their hand, I get it. Why all those National Guard in Washington? They're ready for a flipping invasion, okay? And I don't think anybody in America is really willing. Now, there are those folks who want to stir up trouble and parade themselves around, but I don't think most Americans really want to go to D.C. We'll see. It's going to be an interesting day tomorrow and the next day. And from the 60s is where I'm coming from with this. There were times with Ronald Reagan when he got shot and George Bush was around and blah, blah, blah. There were some other interesting times, but as far, 9/11, very interesting time, right? And look at the ruse and everything that went through with that. So these same people who took the towers down were wanting to take the rest of it down. So we have to understand, though, that we made it through that. I made it through the 60s, with a lot of other folks my age. And what's interesting, I don't know, one of the Rothschild guys died recently here at 57. I'm like, every day I get up, and today I did a good bit of chores outside. Walked in the woods with Duggar and, checked out the swamp, and everything's groovy. And I'm thinking, I'll be 69 in a few more months. And okay, 8 months. But the idea, though, that there are folks a lot younger than me, passing on. So I consider every day gratitude is my point to that. So am I hoping for a better tomorrow? Yeah. I'm hoping that I can get up and go do something tomorrow. I'm hoping that, that a conscious effort by those of us who still believe that the right thing will take place, whether if it's the aliens going to do it or whether it's, we'll see. So I continue to pray and hope that everybody will, one way or the other, survive this. Now, one of the things that I've been told on both sides is that we have to stay calm, because if things are whatever it is, we still need to stay calm. Now, it doesn't mean that we should give in or give up or certain things, no, but getting all antsy and jumping up and down and running for the border is not the answer. Running towards anything is going to get somebody hurt. And walking arm in arm peaceably, that's one thing. But when you start picking up that pace to running, and the changes now, there's the lion and the gazelle, there's the lion or the leopard, and so now Duggar, he goes out and sits with the cats, but if one of them runs off, he starts, and I go, Duggar, it's instinct. So we have to watch out for what our instincts want us to do. So my friends, I ain't going to keep you any longer. I just wanted to get on here, and I'll be amazed. I'll be amazed to reach 70. Yeah, I'm not running. I mean, in these, protests and stuff, you see these folks that are running, and it's like, don't do that. I'm bugging out. Too many. Yeah, right. Too many narcs in the cities. Yep. Hey, Ian, David Castle. How y'all doing? I haven't been looking at the screen, so I don't know if I'm buffering. Hi, Chloe. Did I miss anybody else? Teresa. Ooh. Extinction sensation. Richard read, Dark Times Ahead. I know I felt it for years. Me too, Richard. Sadness and loss in my heart, knowing that we're slowly losing daily and what humans do to humans. Yeah. And Julianne, if you're still there, what do you think is in the future? Assume, yes. Yep. If the other guys get this tomorrow for real and nothing is done, as has been sort of implied, and it makes sense that you let the fraudsters commit the final fraud and then you pop the cork. And I can't understand why there would be so many National Guard within the city and doing the positioning and stuff, and they put the fence up around the Capitol, and there are people going, is that to keep people out or to keep people in? And I was like, well, now that's damned interesting. I hadn't really thought of that, but the idea that there are that many folk, the Army, or the National Guard, to many people who were in psyops and in stuff, they're going, that's just not normal. There's 2 to 3 times as many as kind of sort of would normally be planned. So what's up? I don't know. We'll know. Buffering at your end. Yeah, hi ESB. 30,000 troops is an army. And interesting, they pulled them out of all these different states, right? But anyway, I mean, as I was watching this, and one of the first things that comes to my mind, because I, as a being in the carny and you traveled around and do stuff, it's the logistics of things. So you got all these people and you're moving around. Well, now you got them. So there's 30,000 extra people, but now they're not just people, they're army. Okay. Now, so somebody's got to be planning their meals and this, even if they're MREs. So there's food that's got to be moved in. There's other kind of supplies. How much ammo are these folks getting? Are there going to be, is there a tank around the corner or a Humvee with a mortar in the back? I mean, I'm just saying, okay. So, but the idea of watching all these things, all these trucks and vehicles, the way they were positioning in the streets, I was like, now, well, okay, you know. So whatever it is, I can't remember in my lifetime anything like this happening. And to those folks who have been in the armed services and so forth, they're all scratching their heads, going, "Wow, are are they considering being invaded?" You know, I'm sorry, but if the folks that were at the rally on the 6th, if there'd been 30,000 troops there, you know what I'm saying? And so what would be the extent of it? I mean, my first thought is, you know, 10 soldiers in Nixon's coming. We're finally on our own. This summer I hear the drumming, 4 dead in Ohio, Kent State, and what went on there and the National Guard and how it got out of hand. So, there is that situation that could happen. There are human beings against human beings. But an unarmed citizen, when there's a bunch of them, can scare the shit out of you, whether you're in the armed services or not. I mean, my point to that was, it might have been in part 1, but we were in Cuthbert, Georgia, with the carnival years ago, and the carnival was set up right dead in the heart of the black community, and we had a couple of black employees worked with the carnival back then, and that was in the late 60s, early 70s. Can't remember exactly the year. I think it was like 71 or 2, maybe 73, but there was still a lot of racial tension going on. And they basically started ripping down the carnival and started a riot, and the police came in and gave us till sunup to get the carnival moved and off that piece of property, or they were going to throw us all in jail. And it was not our fault, but we were the only white people there. And we were the ones that had to get out of the county. And there was a couple of people that were barred from entering the county for 9 years. So they couldn't drive through the county. Okay. Barred from entering the county for 9 years. And Jimmy Deal used to have to drive way the hell around to get, past Cuthbert or go. It was crazy. But anyway, so our freedoms, I think, if anything, one way or the other, people have woke up in so many ways to the fact that, oh my God, this is a mess. We've got to do better. And if it takes us 4 years or whatever, but we've got to do better. Regardless of what side you're on, we've got to do better at this. But there are some people who I actually believe have, and one of them is like a family member. It's like, I'm a grandfather, and it's like, you're a male and you're white. So are you, you want to be, she thinks she's a white male. And so I can't, she's not my daughter. Well, what is she then? Well, she was born with daughter parts, but anyway. So, that I'm one of the evil persons, I'm like, wait a minute, I stood behind you and you're coming out way back in the day. She called me on the phone and we had conversation. And now she refuses to even have a conversation with me now. And I'm the one that supported her. What? I'm white and I'm people's positions, even against family members. So I keep praying that one of these days that, they'll at least figure out that their ideals have been a little bit too far askewed. Okay, you can be for lesbianism, but this is what kind of bothers me. They talk about female rights, but they want to be a man. So us lesbians, we female, but we wait a minute. So You don't want to be called female, but you say we females want to stand up for our rights. Now I get this. The females stand up for the right to not be called females. We're lesbians. Oh, okay. So, but if I say, but my granddaughter, no, it's against the rules because I'm denoting she's a female gender. Can't win. It can't win, you know. But so many pieces have been put in to divide us that what used to be a mosaic of America has become broken in pieces and stuff. I continue to pray each and every day that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom and the blessings from the universe. Because I'll keep praying. And that regardless of who thinks they're the boss, ultimately, you and I are the boss of us. We do the best we can given whatever circumstances we're given. We stay true to ourselves, true to our own spirit, true to our own soul. And one way or the other, we're going to come through this, one way or the other. And we can live in disharmony regardless. Or if things go the other way, we still must live in harmony. We still must learn to get along. We still must be teachers to these people with their ideas so skewed that we need to back that skewedness off a little bit. Like if that person who was several people talking about re-educating us Southerners, I think they need to come down here and we need to re-educate them a little bit. And I don't mean being mean or nothing. I mean just come down here and hang out with some of us. We ain't bad people, but because we're Southerners, they're going to put that enigma on us. It's like that needs to go out the window. It's like New York City. Well, New York people from New York City are stuck up, egotistical assholes. That's what Southerners think of them. And the New Yorkers I've met down here came down here with I'm from the Bronx and I'm from here and I'm from Long Island and so what? You're in Moultrie, Georgia now, bub. New York City don't mean shit to us folk down here. But, and some of them, they picked, and you know what? They actually liked it down here better. Well, I was always tense when I was living up there in the Bronx, and now I've learned to sit on the porch and rock a little bit and wave at the neighbors as they go by. Don't even know who they are. Just going to sit on the rocking porch. If you sit on the porch in the rocking chair, the rocking porch, and watch them neighbors go by and say, hi to y'all, have a nice day, which we do when we're bored around here. Now, I can't see the road from here, but, I was tempted years ago because of being so far down the hill from the road of building a front porch with a facade, and just a front porch. And it would look like there was a window and whatever, maybe even put in a window, but it would just be a front porch. So I could go up there at the top of the hill and sit on the front porch. Now, I could do it down here, but, I have nature, but it's not the same as watching cars go by. Not that many go by around here, but it's the idea of sitting on the porch and watching the neighbors go by. But anyway, so, and people still do that for fun, and, I guess we could sit there with our our shotguns and 30-30 and 30-06s and all them kind of things and shoot them, them folk as they drive by. But, if we see a New York tag now, that they might get, or New Jersey, Lord have mercy, them. Now, no offense to y'all in New Jersey or New York, but them folks that make it down here, oh, buddy, what an attitude. Couldn't wait to see them folks from Jersey go back to Jersey. So we got a little over 12 hours before we find out. And I don't even want to guess. You know, I did some guessing a little while back, and it's like, you know, blah 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 blah, and my dreams and where I was connected, what I thought was working. And then some of these insiders even started picking on each other. Well, he doesn't really have an inside to the White House, and this person don't really have that. Oh, stop it. Even though this person accusing the other people of not having a, you know, but their information was the same as the other two people. Just saying. Just interesting how the information has been sneaking around, not necessarily the back channels, but you know. So you know, in 14 hours, we'll kind of sort of know what's going on. 14, wait. It's 8:20 almost. So, you know, smoke if you got them. I got my little surprise present right here. I haven't done anything the last couple of days, and I really wanted to do a card reading over the weekend. Yes, happy birthday tomorrow, Project Sky Falls. I was thinking of doing a video myself, but nobody would know about it. Yeah, I do that all the time. Do a video and nobody knows about it. But anyway, so it's just going to be one big surprise tomorrow and the next couple of days. My gut tells me though that it ain't over yet. That's what my gut says. And every time I try to lean to the side of, oh my God, we lost. We really, you know, the whole enchilada, that there's that other side of me that says, but there's too many things that don't fit into that, like the troops, for example. Just, you know, just, Now, I know one thing we can do is we can all say a prayer that these people will stay safe, that they're there for whatever reason, but I don't want any bloodshed. Now, unfortunately, I feel like there's going to be some agent provocateurs, if you know what I mean, who are going to want to start trouble. And if they do, I hope they knock them down with a rubber bullet, tie them up with a rubber tie thingy, and sit them on the bench, you know. But I'm also hoping that for the people who may be considering, you know, staying home, let's tell them and pray for them. Yes, stay home this time. We need to stay away from that situation. And 30,000 troops ought to tell you, don't go. I mean, that right there is a small occupation, right? 30,000 troops, you know. And for example, today, and this has happened in the past with for other reasons, but you know, they were asking the soldiers who they voted for, and that, you know, those folks were really pissed because they voted for the other side. They were like, no, we can't let this person in here. Wait a minute, he's in the military. I'm sorry, but he voted for the other side. So this is supposed to be America. And that's one of the things that's troubling. But, you know, every one of those soldiers took an oath to defend and protect the Constitution and the United States of America from enemies, foreign and domestic, okay, having nothing to do with the president, having nothing to do with either party, but having everything to do with the United States of America. So 30,000 troops are defending the United States of America, not a president. Just saying. Through their, now he's the commander in chief, but through their oath of office, that's what they have pledged to do. Any soldier, any Navy, Marine, Air Force, they've all made the same pledge. Worded differently, possibly, but to the point, to defend the Constitution of the United States. All politicians are supposed to say that, to defend, the Constitution and, etc. Now, politicians ain't like soldiers, A soldier is, can be shot for treason, but a politician seems to be able to get away with it. But if it's good for the soldier who literally puts their life on the line, shouldn't it be the same for the politician who supposedly makes the same pledge to uphold the Constitution of the United States? Or resign, give up. Soldiers, I mean, they can't just like drop out. But the idea, though, that, if you make the pledge, then you should be able to back up that pledge. And for all of the servicemen, my pops was in the Navy. Okay, my brother was in the Navy. My granddaughter was in the Navy. So in my sort of immediate family, there are 3 people that were in the Navy. Now I couldn't join because of my leg and my physical, I couldn't bend my leg. So, they want me to run or do these things. Sorry, couldn't do it. Even though I tried to volunteer. So, but anyway, with that said, though, I understand what the military means in that respect. And I've got many friends who were Marines. My friend Randy, who got crushed with the lawnmower, he's a Marine. And he's like, man, no, man, we're going to stand. I'm, the president, whoever or he or she is, I took an oath to the Constitution and to the United States of America to serve and protect. And it's like, he's a couple of years younger than me, but he's still feisty about it. He's still a Marine, if you know what I mean. And many other folks that I've known who are Marines, oddly, I know very few people, though, that were in the Air Force. Not to cut them short, I grew up down in Tampa with MacDill Air Force and knew a lot of aviators and flight and so forth back in the day. But, and Moody Air Force Base, there's a lot of, flyboy personnel, et cetera, over in Valdosta. But personally, I know people that were in the Army, a couple. My friend Tim was in the Navy, but I mean, but Army but Air Force, nope. Navy, yeah. Marines, yes. Several Marines. Army, yes. Paratroopers, yes. But nobody in the Air Force from around here. Just saying. So anyway, but in my opinion, they all took the same oath, and many of them that I've talked to still absolutely believe it. So if we are in danger, then they're here to protect and to serve you and me, us. So I'm sending out a prayer for that, whatever may come up, that they're there for a mission. They're there to protect, and let's hope that the protection is smooth. Let's hope that things work out however they go, and that those 30,000 plus troops, because there are other folks that are going to be bringing stuff in and out, the supply chain and that kind of thing. So if they've got 30,000 in there, there's another 15, 20 that are, moving things and getting stuff. And then there are the people at the bases who are supplying the thing. You know what I'm saying? So there isn't just 30,000 people involved in this. There's 100,000 people involved. because of supply lines and trucks. And, there are a lot of people that's involved in this. And if there are people who have been in, and I don't know which cities, but apparently several capitals have been buildings in various states have the, I would just about bet that Atlanta's got some. Haven't checked though. And I was thinking, now Atlanta has more people in it. And it's, let's just say 50 square miles around, pick Atlanta and 50 square miles around it, right? And you can take all of South Georgia, including Albany and Valdosta, and it would be like a drop in a bucket to the entire population of Atlanta. But the population of Atlanta would have a lot of trouble dealing with the rest of the population, I guess is what I'm headed. I don't think they might be, live in Georgia, but they're not the same, quote, traditional Southerner that, those of us down here have the respect of our neighbors, I guess you could say. If for example, the folks down here, Democrat or Republican, if there was a natural disaster, which has happened quite, that bad hurricane we had a couple of years ago. I was in the woods today and noticed that the amount of trees that were downed in that hurricane, I'm still astonished. I probably lost 500 trees easily. And some of these trees were 200, 300, 400 years old. But anyway, so we've had storms, we've had damage, we've had these things. And anytime that anything like that happens, we never ask what color you are. We never ask if you're a registered voter. We never ask whether or not, you're a Christian. We never ask of whether or not you're a Republican or a Democrat. We go help people, period. That person needs help. That person's home was flooded out. They don't have anything. Well, let's see, I got some stuff, I got some extra canned goods here. Anybody like green beans? Because I don't, not canned ones. So, we never ask any of what are your credentials before we help someone. And I don't know, if other cities, when Houston got flooded a couple of years back, so badly, folks that, from, all different states were going over there. The Cajun Navy went to help evacuate people and things. There were people from Georgia that rode over there with their boats and gear to help with flood victims. There's sort of an unwritten law with some of these people that, if we got flooded out and we needed their help. Now, where we are, Albany's flooded twice since I've lived here in South Georgia. And I mean, it's like 40, 50 feet of water that comes up and then floods the city, okay? And it's an amazing amount of water in a confined space. We just had 17 and a half feet of water, and we're 2 feet above, 2.5 feet above flood stage here a week ago. I still have water running through my property and water standing still. So the swamp is gooky right now, and it's actually really kind of nice back there. I used to have bridges that connected over the wet spots, but it flooded up and the bridges have been washed downstream. And I was looking at it today going, man, I'm gonna have to put my bridges back, because the trees fell over some of the places to where you just couldn't cross. And over the last couple of years, some of these oak trees and things have rotted enough to where I can break through them and get to my trails. But anyway, my point is the destruction and what can happen, in a storm. And so we don't ask, who you are, what you are, but if you need the help, that's the point. And so as Americans, as Southerners, as folks that live in Colquitt County, I don't think we're going to lose that regardless of who's up yonder. You know what I'm saying? and there was some old gents that were sitting on in their rocking chairs in the olden days, going, you know, them folks up there and you know, El Presidente, you know, they always try to tell us folk down here what to do. I want him to come down here and tell me I can't go possum hunting. Ain't that right, Lem? Yeah, that's right, Dad. That's right. Yeah, well, so Lem agrees with me over there, you know. And back in the day, you know, we had coon dogs, coon hounds, you know. Now they want to say, well, you know, can't call them coon dogs. Well, why not? We're hunting raccoons. Now we have to call them raccoon dogs because of that, what they call that thing? Connotations. Yeah, the connotations of what coon means. It's a raccoon. Coon is short for, you know, I can't call my coon dog a coon dog no more. Lamb, what do you think about that? I think it's stupid. Me too. But see, that's how things go. So them folks sitting down here in our rocking chairs, we're gonna go, okay, you know, y'all tell me I can't go down to my, okay, all right. Y'all come down here and make me not go down in my swamp. Y'all can come down here and don't have to wear a mask. Unless you're hiding from somebody. and then we could all become robbers, you know. We can all become the Robin Hoods of the 21st century, you know. Is that what it is? 21st century. Anyway, you know, Robin Hood, you know, and I got my laser cap on, you know, and I got my silent repeating, you know, arrow, my little crossbow, so I can shoot at you in the dark and you won't know where I'm at and you can't hear them coming, and you know, and I got a toad, and you know, as kids we used to lick these toads and get higher than a kite for, you know, and the mouth swell up. It was ugly. I seen my dog do it one time and he foamed up. You know, you take some of that there stuff and put it on the end of an arrow and then hit somebody with it and watch them go foaming up. They think they got the rabies. They do. Yep, you can do that. You know, there are different ways you could make a slight poison. You don't want to kill somebody, but you want to irritate the, you know, the scrap out of them. Then there are a lot of things you can do. I was thinking earlier of, like, you know, now this is in this far-fetched reality. It's amazing what you could do with some barbed wire, especially along a trail, if somebody didn't know that it was there. And, you know, I have fell and tripped on barbed wire, and it ain't pretty. So, and also, you know, when you hit that barbed wire, you're going to make a noise. Now, it might not kill you or hurt you so bad, but this phone ain't rang in almost a week. It's my friend up in Tifton. I'll call him back when I get done yakking with y'all. I'll call you back. So, but this idea that, you know, if things were to get really nasty and folks get carried away, and, you know, that's like doing this video now just to hang out with y'all, because there's something really stupid or crazy or insane goes on, as they were talking about, you know, today's the darkness and shutting things down. Okay, all right, I don't have a cell phone. I do have a landline. I think it'd be a little difficult for them to mess up the landline, but the internet could go down, you know. Now, it's wireless in the house, but it's a direct line, so it's not like I'm receiving my internet from a tower. I'm getting mine from up down the road and down my property, and it's a hard line. So I don't have to worry about any kind of signal like that. So I can see, but there are cell phone towers all around me. And, you know, it's real easy for you not to get one of the towers, you know. out here in the country. Although it's better since they put in all these new 5G towers. Oh God, but anyway, um, they put them up without our permission, kind of sort of thing, regardless of what the effect has on us. They just put them up. So, we're wired big time down here in South Georgia. Towers everywhere, everywhere. Out in the middle of a field, beside the road, they're everywhere. Thank goodness I'm a couple of miles away from any of the towers, and I'm downhill from them. So they're less likely for me to get caught down here at the bottom of this hill. But that's the real extreme what if happens, and none of us are praying for that. There are people that talk a good line, but I think to myself, I got enough crap around my house that I'm trying to clean up, that if I could set some easy booby traps, that if I didn't, my intention would not be to kill somebody, but to make them think twice. And for me to be able to, make a retreat, if you will, if need be, and to where I could go down in the woods. I noticed a couple of years ago, we were having a little conversation about the swamp down here. And I was like, listen, I've lived here on my swamp. I have been down into areas in my backyard now, down on the neighbors and downriver. It ain't, I don't even know whose property it is, but just traveling the river, both in the kayak and in walking. And it's really hard to walk it. There are brambles and stuff and things and oh my God. And you really got to want to go there to go there. You just don't casually go walking through there. It is difficult. You got palmetto bushes, you got little sink swipes. You think you're going down along the right way, and then you find out that you're not on the river. Anyway, it is not easy. So I've seen some folks do it, but I've taken, quote, hardened hunters, right, down in my backyard, and they go, man, I can't go through here. And I'm like, what? Come on, And well, this is too dense. And what about snakes? It's wintertime, But anyway, but the idea though that some of these folks who like to think they're tough ain't as tough as this wiry old hippie hermit down here in the. I ain't bragging. I'm just saying, what was that situation? He said, I ain't bragging. It's just plumb fact. And that's actually the truth, because there was a guy that was wanting to buy a section of property next to me. And he was like, oh, well, I've been down here in these swamps. I know exactly where I'm going. And I told him, I said, don't walk over there. Yeah, I know where I'm going and blah, blah, blah. I said, don't walk over there. And the guy that owned the property at the time and got me started on my homestead here, wonderful man, Jay Tyson. Hope you're still doing okay out there, man. But I knew where the ruts were, that the washes, when the water's high. And everything was covered, and we were up to about, mid-calf to knee deep in water. And I was like, don't go over there. Well, I can go anywhere I damn want to. Hand a bottle of Crown Royal, right? And ostentatious, real loud, blah, blah, blah. I know everything. And Jay, I said, stay behind me. And Jay knew I knew the property, even when it was underwater. And so he stayed with me. And about 2 steps later, he stepped into a hole and literally went over his head. I mean, it was that deep, because it was already almost waist deep. So it wasn't, but when you step in a 2 or 3 foot hole, down you go. So, and it was cold in the water. It was about this time of year kind of thing. So, it was kind of warm in the afternoon, but that water is cold. And so, we're talking 60 degrees easy, and when wind blowing and that kind of thing down in the woods. So he plopped his ass into one of them holes. And Jay told him, I just laughed. He's what you laughing about? And I was like, I told you don't go. And Jay said, Dave told you don't go over there. The man knows where he's at, you know. Well, I could walk where I want to. And I said, go ahead. You're fixing to take another swim. So I said, come back this way, you know, showed him. No, he went down again. And of course, he was, you know, pretty much drunk, but that's still a fond memory of him back in the day, you know. Arrogant some bitch. I've been down the woods. I've been, you know, and he lived in the neighborhood, and he should have known, but you know, little old me, you know, actually knew something about the terrain, even underwater. So, but anyway, so there are folks that try to have done that to me over the past. Well, when the water comes up, it's like, no, you don't understand. Well, when the water comes up and it floods, you don't understand. Come down here when it floods and get in a kayak or canoe with me, and I'll show you what it looks like when it floods. You want to talk all these wonderful things, but when the water comes up, then you go out and look at where it goes. That's what I've done. So, which it surprised me. You know, I was like, wow, the water comes through there like that. You know. So anyway, coming from the neighbors. So we speculate all we want to, but until we actually experience it, you know, and I've been a dumbass, you know, 12 o'clock at night, go down there in the middle of a rushing swamp and, you know, and get in a kayak and would go down. I've got a 6 foot, it's 6 foot off the ground. Okay. And it's just a 6x6 foot platform, or maybe it's 8x8, 6x6. Anyway, it's a platform, and it has flooded halfway up from where it's at. And it's on one of the highest points down there on the river. And I know because I paddled around there. And so me and my little Sasha dog several years ago, when she was still alive, we went down there in the middle of the swamp when it was flooded and had to swim over to the ladder to get up in the thing. But I wanted to spend a night in a raging flood down there to experience what it's like to be in a raging flood, you know, be 2 foot above. Well, it was about 3 foot above the water, but still, you know, a half a mile, well, a quarter of a mile either way before you even get close to dry ground, and absolutely flooded, and sit there and just watch it, experience it. It's really strange. And I've done it a couple of times. You know, that's how crazy I am. But the experience of the water and the rushing and watching it and go, wow, when the water isn't running and the water's down, you assume that it went a particular way, when actually, when you see it actually run across the property, and how at a certain flood stage, it will go along these ways, but then when it tops over, it changes again. And then when it really floods, the whole thing changes. It's just one sheet of water. It's amazing. But anyway, so there are times when I look at the world like surrounded by floodwaters. Okay. So in this particular instance, we kind of feel we're surrounded by floodwaters. So I kind of feel like, well, I got my kayaks, I got my little piece of property down here, but see, I've been planning on this forever, since I was 4 years old. So the fact that I'm here and doing what my granny told me, that she's, you know, Dave, you told us when you were growing up that you were going to be a hermit, live on the woods. And before my granny died, she goes, you got it. You got exactly what you told us you were going to be. So after all these years, I didn't think that and I said I was going to be a hermit. But at 4 years old, you don't really know what a hermit means. So now understanding more about the hermitage itself, you know, it's like, so people are still invited, you know, if you want to come down and the water's up, or it's not, you know, put on your boots or a sloppy pair of tennis shoes and let's go swamp stomping, you know. I mean, right now there's not many, there's no leaves on the tree, so you can really see long distances at the moment. But in about 2 months, the leaves are going to pop out. and it'll start getting dense quick. In fact, it's almost time to burn again. Uh, Depending on how it goes this next couple of days, we might get a little bit of sprinkles in, but it's time to burn. And because there's plenty of water around these little islands, and you know, don't want everything to dry out. So, but anyway, um, but life for me in those respects, I'm still going to be here in the house. I'm still going to have the backyard. Still going to be doing these things. So life for me and some of these other Southerners is one way or the other really isn't going to alter that much, unless a really big, larger plan, holy crap situation, hopefully not, um, situation hits us. I'm as prepared as I can be under the circumstances. I wished I had a little bit more. I wished I had, and it's not over yet, but I mean, if something were to get a little nasty or something, I'd take my 2 5-gallon jugs and go get some gasoline right away for various reasons. And I'd top off my tank, which is above 3/4 at the moment in my truck, but I'd go get some gasoline because I got a couple of power equipment, and I do have a small generator that would get me through to run my refrigerator and keep things going enough for me. Make ice for a couple hours a day, and anyway. So, but I don't expect that. But to the point though, of all the things that I do have with batteries and this and that and blah blah blah, I could use 10 gallons of gas. So I'm praying against it, and I'm praying that we're all going to end up. Yeah, David Castle, I agree with you. Try to make yeah, down here in the swamps, if you're ever in the neighborhood, people have, well, I'll come see. Okay. Well, I'll come see. Okay. I'll come see you. Okay. All right. Since I'm here and y'all are hanging around, um, I, I, I wanted to do I wanted to do cards over the weekend, and the powers that be said, don't even reach over there to touch them. Just nope. And I was like, seriously? And they were like, because they sit right over here next to me. And well, I'm going to do a reading. Well, maybe Saturday night. No, I think Brian Lunsford was on with on Milky Way, and then I was just kind of mentally tired. I haven't really been feeling too swift, sort of like a cold or something. Don't know what. Haven't been anywhere to get it, but um, um, so I, asking, the spirits. Well, you want me to do a card reading? And I go, nah, just leave them alone for a couple of days. We'll let you know. And I was like, okay. So trying to play card games on me. David Castle, greetings. Um, Project Skyfalls. You want a card? I won't pull one unless you ask me to, but I'll be more than happy to. I was just gonna pull a card, sort of like how are the next few days? Yeah, okay, all right. Then close your eyes, send me a little whatever, give me a sec here, and I'll. They automatically wanted me to shuffle again, which is sort of normal. Or they're telling me it might be 2 cards, but uh, As far as I know, it'd be okay. So project. That was easy. Hmm. They want 2 cards, but actually there's 3. I'm not sure that both those cards seem to want to go together. Anybody else in there? There is, but it's for another drawing. Okay. So first one out the thing was they said take the top card. So I did, and it's Wolf, and it was up number 15 in the book of. Oh, now those are some 2 interesting cards. Turtle. Wolf and turtle and elk. So yes, project. Will y'all hold what you got? I'm out of coffee, and I want to go get something to drink before I start reading. So, if an hour and 32 minutes in, y'all hold on to. But those are upside down. Sometimes that it's it's not necessarily the upside down, but it is the critter. So, hey Judy, how are you? Rob's friend, and I will ask for a card, please and thank you. Judy, remind me now after I get done with this, okay? It's up to you to come back and remind me. Let me go get something to drink. Are you cold? Here, let me cover you up a little bit. Oops. Okay. I sure am sore from all this fun I've been having. I hope that you all are as well as possible where you are today and tomorrow. It's great hanging out with you just because. Um, Bored of watching anything on YouTube. Too much anticipation. And there was a part of me that's like, I want to participate. Hmm. Um, Now I moved the book. There it is. Yeah, and Wolf is was straight up too. And we'll see. Um, Turtle and Turtle Island was sort of on my mind before, and Turtle showed up. So, but this has been a couple of days ago. But the fact that Turtle showed up, it was like, whoa, okay. And then Elk. they're both upside down, but sometimes it's the animal, not the direction that is really the important thing. Because we can, there are times as one of my totems is hawk, that here these last couple of days I've heard hawk out here in the neighborhood, close in. And like the other day it was like cry, 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 cry. And like looking for something lost or whatever. And then yesterday it was just more of 2 or 3 calls and then silence and then 2 or 3 calls, which is different. So, and it is getting into the spring for mating, but usually hawks mate for a while. But if there's a pair in the neighborhood, the female will cry for the male, I've noticed, to like, where are you? I'm up here circling around. Where the hell are you? Kind of thing. Anyway, wolf is the teacher. Hi, Ray of Thoth. Wolf, teacher, pathfinder, moondog of my soul. Howling, singing, teaching me how to know. Wolf is the pathfinder, the forerunner of new ideas, who returns to the clan to teach and share medicine. Wolf takes one mate for life and is loyal like dog. If you were to keep company with wolves, you would find an enormous sense of family within the pack, as well as a strong individual urge. These qualities make wolf very much like the human race. As humans, we also have an ability to be a part of society and yet still embody our individual dreams and ideas. In the great North Star nation, wolf is represented by the dog star Sirius, which legend tells us was the original home of our teachers in the ancient times. So even back then, the ancients knew that there were ancients from other stars. Sirius was thought to be the home of the gods by the ancient Egyptians and is still considered so by the Dogon tribe in Africa. It stands to reason that Native American peoples would formulate this same connection and adopt wolf people as the clan of teachers. The senses of wolf are very keen, and the moon is its power ally. The moon is a symbol for psychic energy or the unconscious that holds the secrets of knowledge and wisdom. Banging the moon may be an indication of wolf's desire to connect with new ideas, which are just below the surface of consciousness. Wolf medicine empowers the teacher within us all to come forth and aid the children of earth in understanding the great mystery of life. If you have drawn Wolf's card, you may be able to share your personal medicine with others. Your intuitive side may also have an answer or teaching for your personal use at this time. They're telling me to read this again. Your intuitive side may also have an answer or teaching for you, personal use at this time. As you feel wolf coming alive within you, you may wish to share your knowledge by writing or lecturing on information that will help others understand their uniqueness or their path in life. It is in the sharing of great truths that the consciousness of humanity will attain new heights. Wolf could also be telling you to seek out lonely places that will allow you to see the teacher within you. In the aloneness of the power place, devoid of other humans, you may find the true you. As a hermit, that is so true. And having had wolf connections over the years, it's really true. Look for teaching no matter where you are. Wolf would not come to you unless you requested the appearance of the tribe's greatest teacher. And they mean the tribe of us. Now, I almost always read the contrary, meaning upside down. Now, this was face up and a high face up. If wolf is reversed, you are being asked to expand your limited view of the present situation. Doing this may entail a great deal of courage and a willingness to look at new ideas. Now, that's sort of my message for tonight, in a way, summed up in those couple of sentences. Doing this may entail a great deal of courage. We're going to have courage in the future for sure. And a willingness to look at new ideas. It could also require that you delete some of your old ideas to make room for the expansiveness that always comes when you are willing to learn more. The gift of wisdom comes to you when you have walked enough pathways and found enough dead ends to truly know the forest. I was just talking about that when the guy slipped in but that's true. In the discovery and rediscovery of every inch of ground comes the knowledge that nothing ever remains the same. Oh my God, my walk today in the woods proved that to me. But anyway, contrary wolf may also be telling you that stagnation or fear of asserting your viewpoint has bogged down the flow of the change in your life. Wolf reversed is always urging you to seek the teachers or pathfinders that will show you the way to new life experiences. Remember, the teacher or pathfinder may be that small, still voice within, as well as a person, a leaf, a cloud, a stone, a tree, a book, or the Great Spirit. Remember, the teacher or pathfinder may be the small, still voice within, as well as a person, a leaf, a cloud, a stone, a rock, a book, or the Great Spirit. They made me read that over. To live is to grow, and growing comes through accepting all life forms as your teachers. Become wolf and take up the sense of adventure. You may just stop howling and learn to become the moon. Now, that's just interesting on a couple of levels. Okay. That's interesting. So, Judy, you're welcome. Everybody in here is always kind and inviting. That's why I like hanging out with them. So, Project, did that make any sense? But the basic of wolf is teacher, and I've always said this, but it's true. You know, go talk to a rock. Go talk to an ant. Go watch a spider. Go, because lessons come in all kinds of ways. And, and in reading this, a stone, a leaf, a cloud, a person, or Great Spirit, All right. Two others had to get pulled with this. And one is turtle, and the other is elk, as I've stated. So I don't know. Wolf was like, here you go, take this one. So, but my prayer before you asked for a card was, I I'm going to pull a card or two just to kind of see, not necessarily as a future, but what to expect, how to, what's up. Don't want to know, but what should we look for? What animals might be able to help us in this? And Wolf, that we should be open to new things and to maybe let go of some old stuff. And when we do let go of old stuff, there's always room for new stuff to come in. Too much crap on your hard drive, you don't necessarily reformat the thing, but you delete some files and, anyway. So the next card, we'll see how much this is tied to you, Project Skyfalls. I'm not necessarily sure that the next two cards were for you, but for us. Okay. All right. That's enough said about that. Turtle, Mother Earth. And that's the reason I did preface this before I read this. Okay. Turtle, Great Mother, feed my spirit, clothe my heart, that I may serve you too. Wow. Cool little prayer. I got to do the glasses thing. Bitching with some folks the other day. Actually, they were complaining to me, "Oh, you need to get better glasses, this, that." I was like, listen, the glasses I wore when I was in school were more powerful than what I'm reading now, 50 some 5 years later. Don't tell me about what glasses I've oh, you should go now. Oh, stop it. Eyesight, it's gotten better, worse, better, worse, better, worse. But when you over compensate with the glasses like I was doing, the eyes get weaker. And I've read this years ago, but I'm here to tell you that years ago, I gave up the stronger glasses and went back to the weaker ones. And sometimes the print's a little small. And I don't know if I could read this without glasses at all. It's blurry. But I'm 68 and a half years old. And my eyesight was this bad when I was 15. So there you go. That's the lesson. In Native American teachings, turtle is the oldest symbol for planet Earth. It is the personification of goddess energy and the eternal mother from which our lives evolve. We are born of the womb of Earth, and to her soil our bodies will return. In honoring the Earth, we are asked by Turtle to be mindful of the cycle of give and take, to give back to the mother as she has given to us. Turtle has a shell which is similar to the protection that Earth has employed for centuries as her body has been defiled. Mother Earth's protection has come in the form of earth changes, new plant growth, the creation of new land masses by volcanoes, and climate alterations. Like Turtle, you also have shields that protect you from hurt, envy, jealousy, and the unconsciousness of others. Now, that's an interesting statement. To protect you from the unconsciousness of others. Turtle teaches you, through its habit patterns, how to use protection. If you are bothered by the actions or words of others, it is time to go inside yourself and honor your feelings. If you are attacked, it is time to give a warning snap. If you have chosen the turtle symbol, you are being asked to honor the creative source within you, to be grounded to the earth, and to observe your situation with motherly compassion. Use the water and earth energies, which represent Turtle's two homes, to flow harmoniously with your situation, and to place your feet firmly on the ground in a power stance. Turtle is a fine teacher of the art of grounding. You may even be able to overcome some of your space cadet tendencies if you align with turtle medicine. In learning to ground, you are placing focus on your thoughts and actions and slowing to a pace that assures completion. Turtle warns of the dangers of pushing the river, as evidenced by the plodding pace it keeps. The corn that is harvested before its time is not yet full. However, if it is given the chance to develop at its own rate, in its own season, its sweetness will be shared by all. Turtle buries its thoughts, like its eggs, in the sand and allows the sun to hatch the little ones. This teaches you to develop your ideas before bringing them out in the light. Look for an old fable of the tortoise and the hare and decide for yourself whether or not you would like to align with turtle. Bigger, stronger, and faster are not always the best ways to get to a goal. When you arrive, you may be asked where you've been, and you may not be able to remember. In that case, arriving prematurely can make you feel very immature. That's interesting. If you draw the turtle card, it augurs a time of connecting with the power of the earth and the mother goddess within. This is a reminder of the ally you have in Mother Earth. It does not matter what situation you have created. Ask her for assistance, and abundance will follow. And there was something in here that today I was out and was, in the swamp, and I was almost going to go walking in the water, but I really didn't have the right shoes on. And I was like, I don't really want to get my feet wet. Not right now. I had stuff to do around the house, and I'm glad I didn't. But tomorrow now, because I got stuff done today, I may very well go out and go wading in the water, which is that double connection, with the earth and the water. But anyway, so now, interestingly enough, when I pulled this card, it was upside down along with elk. But as I was sitting here, it flew off my computer and landed on the floor right side up. So that's what I was chuckling about earlier on. I was like, well, what did you do? Change your mind? So, but I'm going to read the other side anyway. So turtle to me, and I've been wanting to get on the river, but it really has been flooded. And me and Doug are going to have to go. He's been not really staying next to me like I'd like him to in the woods, but at least, he was way deep in the woods today, and I called him and he came. So that's a good thing. But if I'm going down in the other swamp, not my backyard kind of thing, he needs to come better than that. So I'm going to have to put him on a leash. But anyway, turtle, the contrary. So pulling the turtle card in the reverse means that Mother Earth is calling you to reconnect in some way. If you have become flippant and forgotten to place waste in its proper place instead of throwing it out the car window, she is calling you. If you have felt alone in your time of need, she is calling. If you have been struggling financially or have little to eat, or if you have desired a child and seek no pregnancy in the future, she is your medicine. Use it. You are not alone ever. You are a child of the earth. All acts of pleasure, joy, and abundance are given by the mother of the creative force. Use her energy to aid you, and you will be healed, and you will be healed enough to share this energy with with others. The idea of a turtle helplessly trying to right itself after it has been flipped upside down can also symbolize contrary turtle. You are not a victim and you are not helpless, no matter how much it may seem like this is the case in your present situation. Now, that just kind of fits part of I guess what I wanted to convey tonight myself. So I see where my prayer as a card is in turtle. But anyway, um, you are not a victim and you are not helpless, no matter how much it may seem like this is the case in your present situation. To write the ill dignified turtle, you need only list the things you are grateful for, and from that grateful place in your heart, look for the abundance of alternatives that Mother Earth gives. That's just a really good message, regardless of who I pulled that card for. So, elk. Now, so I could see why it flipped upside down because of the positive things that it was given, but also, it came in upside down. And I could see where that, for my earlier prayer, what should we understand about this? We should ask Mother Earth. We should use turtle medicine. And here's the thing. I have had conversations with people over the years about, you know, you know, Mother Earth, Mother Mary, Mother Divine, that kind of thing. Now, being a male, I cannot associate like women can, but I can empathize as much as possible in my male stature thingy. What do, irregardless of whether it's the Divine Mother or the Divine Father or just the divine in the universe, which is both. So I would rather look at the divine, not necessarily as a sex. I know, listen to me. But it is motherly where I can't, I could never have children, but I have held my own son. I've held my daughter. I've held little children, and I get that part. I have nurtured and cared and changed diapers and fed. Listen, I was never squeamish to any of that kind of stuff. I mean, of course, when you got one that's got all that yellow poopy, ooh, man, that's a hard one to try to get around, ain't it? But to the point, though, I do not know what it feels like to squirt a baby out. Okay. Um, I'm sorry, that was a little abrupt, but I was thinking of a friend of mine years ago. She goes, after you have one or two, she goes, they just sort of squirt right out. Anyway, so that's where that came from. But in all due respect, though, that as far as the divine, here's the thing: there are folks who will pray to the divine, however they want to do it, and for some reason, it's like, well, she don't talk to me, I don't get what I want, and I'm like, well, wait a minute now. So are you expecting like something to fall out of the sky? And or maybe it's an opportunity. Maybe it's a sign for, Hawk could be giving you, Turtle's giving you. What message are you getting from the universe? Are you paying attention? Well, I don't know, but I prayed and I don't get nothing. Well, are you? So in that they're somehow, disgruntled. And I'm like, but maybe it was there all along and you just didn't notice it. Well, I would have noticed it, but off they go with this really strange twist and fork in the road opinion. And you can't get through to them. And it's like, that's not what I mean. Well, you don't believe in the divine mother. You don't understand. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that it has nothing to do with who you're asking. It has to do with whether or not you're getting the messages. That's my point. Well, but okay. So if you pray to Saint George or you pray to Saint whatchamacallit, and you pray to Saint whatchamacallit because you want one of them whatchamacallits. So you keep praying to Saint whatchamacallit, and you go, oh, Saint whatchamacallit, I'd give anything to have a whatchamacallit. Okay, so you keep praying, but you keep your head down so much. Maybe there was one advertised in the newspaper, 50% off, and that could have been your whatchamacallit. Well, no, I'm, Saint whatchamacallit's going to, I'm praying for a whatchamacallit. He's going to give me a whatchamacallit because I've been praying to him. Oh, okay. And then when you don't get your whatchamacallit because you're paying attention, you're not paying attention. You know what I mean? So somebody could have been giving them away, and you were so focused on it. Saint whatchamacallit's going to give it to me. Maybe it was through another source, and you're not paying attention. And by being closed-minded, or I don't mean narrow-minded in the sense that narrow looking, okay, not narrow-minded, narrow looking, and you got blinders on, and you're looking, and you really are in this field of view. You're really looking, and you're trying to pay attention. But if you take your hands down, there's all the rest of the view. So there might be something that's just off over here to the side. Hi, everybody. Hey, Loretta, how are you? I consulted the sky gods. They told me I was a prince among them, and that I was here to learn a lesson. My children were my lesson. Every day's a lesson, every day's a lesson. After all my years and this and that, I was thinking, they've sort of got me on this thing. They want me to go back a little bit more onto the shaman's journey. And so I was thinking, that, you have to want it on any type of religious or spiritual journey, whether it's a shaman or not. You really got to want it. You can flake around it and go, man, I'd really like to do that. No. Are you willing to go into a sweat lodge? Are you willing to go get in the icy river? Are you really willing to experience some of the things that Mother Nature, creation, and etc. is trying to show you? I mean, for example, people won't, they, a lot of folks think I'm nuts. That's okay. Tomorrow, I probably, because it's going to be a couple of degrees warmer, and because I didn't do it today and I really want to, and I got the chores done, I'm probably going to go walking in the water tomorrow. I'll put on my wet shoes and socks, and I'll be prepared. And me and Doug, he was already jumping through the water. So, I'm ready to go. Is the water cold? Yeah. But on a nice sunny day, it's, I don't know, it's sort of like peanut butter and chocolate, I guess, in that it's different, but the melding of. So it's the cold ankles and feet, like walking through a mountain stream, which, but it's warm enough outside to where you can wear a t-shirt, and splash around. It's delightful this time of year, one of these days like this. Take advantage of them, right? But it's also for me, and being the kid that every so often I forget that I'm still a kid. I'm still here on the property. And my friend that stopped by tonight, Mr. Rob, I'm probably going to will this property over to him. He's promised to, if anything happens to me, he'll put me in the ground nearby, and take care of things. So, why would I want to sell it or give it to somebody that doesn't like it or don't see the benefits anyway? He was like, when I come to your house and we go in the backyard, he goes, I feel like I want to go playing because we're going through these trails and you're showing me the little wood spot over here and where Dave's Creek runs across your property and where it does this thing. And he said, it's cool. And I go, yeah, I know. I love it here, And so, but if lately I was kind of being afraid of, well, I don't know, I really don't want to get my feet wet. Well, the dog don't want to go. Making excuses not to go play in the water in my backyard, And so today it was like, I just don't want to do it right now. I didn't have the right shoes on, so it was like, but tomorrow, next day, a little bit of water up and help put my bridges back up, spend a little time and do a little cleaning up and get a trail back so I can get back to the, where I used to be able to go to the river in just, a few minutes when the trails were clear, but it's so messed up now. You got to go this way and that way. So, while it's still cool out, I want to get my trails back so I can get down to the river again without having to, go 4 miles out of my way through briar patches and shit, And now's the time to take care of that. So, but anyway, what's this got to do with turtle? It has to do with the water and the land and the mixing and walking in the mud. And there's something about it. That's my point. And I noticed it today when I was there. I miss, getting my feet wet and going through this is my backyard. I love doing this. What happened? So I was like, almost not today. I came back and did some chores and it was worth it. So to the next one. All right. Elk. I'm coming. Next is elk. Right. Hey, Fox, how are you? And then if Judy's still here, I'm going to do Judy next. Judy. I know she probably heard that all her life. Now, this one was upside down and it's not asking to be turned. Okay. Just making comment. So elk is number 3 in the book, and it's stamina. Now, David, I absolutely believe that would be cool. And there are times when if I'm not of course, we don't have elk down here, but I've seen some deer that look like something was riding it. But yeah, an elf riding an elk or a deer. Yep, that would be cool. And I've seen elf-like things up in the North Georgia mountains. And when I was in Cades Cove up there in Tennessee side of the Smokies, they got elk there, and them things are, my God, they're magnanimous. All right, so elk is. I gotta do the double glasses thing. I don't have one pair strong enough, so I double them up, and then I can adjust. They're self-adjusting. Elk is stamina. Elk, your antlers reach for the sun. Show me that strength, and stamina are one. Elk wandered through the forest looking for a partner. The mating season was in full swing, and the bucks that usually traveled with the other males had dispersed to find mates for the season. As Elk bellowed his mating call throughout the forest, his bugling alerted Mountain Lion that a feast could be in the making. Mountain Lion circled Elk, getting closer to his prey moment by moment. Elk sensed the impending danger when the forest grew suddenly silent. He broke for the high country when he spotted his pursuer, but Mountain Lion was far behind. As Elk made a running leap for the timberline, Mountain Lion gained on him, but Elk continued to run onward, displaying tremendous stamina. Finally, Mountain Lion gave up, having spent his energy in spurts as he tried to jump over boulders to reach the elk. Elk paced himself, making headway as he climbed skyward toward the high country. Elk had no other defense except his ability to go the distance. Interesting, I should bring this up tonight, right? Elk had no other defense except his ability to go the distance, setting a pace that allowed him to utilize his stamina and energy to the fullest. Elk medicine teaches that pacing yourself will increase your stamina. Elk medicine people may not be the first one to arrive at a goal, but they always arrive without getting burned out. If you have taken on too much recently, it might be a good idea to look at how you plan to finish what you've started without ending up in the hospital. Elk have a curious kind of warrior energy because, except at mating time, They honor the company of their own gender. They can call on the medicine of brotherhood or sisterhood. In discovering the strength which is gained from loving the gender that is your own, you will feel the comradeship, or they spelled that wrong. The comradeship, the camaraderie, how about that, that arises from a similarity of experience. This is a special medicine and allows the friendship of others of your same sex to overcome potential competition or jealousy, as in mating season, etc. If you have picked elk medicine, you may be telling yourself to seek the company of your own gender for a while. You may need a support group to realign yourself with the stamina of the warrioress energy that you are a part of. So this is just not male or female, okay? So elk energy is in the female too. So this communication with others of your own sex allows you to air your feelings in safety and to get feedback from others who have had the same experiences. You may need a new sense of community, communication in unity. Now that's a strange during this time for this little communication in unity. Elk could also be telling you to look at how you are holding up physically to the stresses in your life and to pace yourself so that you maintain an equilibrium of energy over the distance you plan to cover. Vitamins or high energy foods may be one solution, along with some personal quiet time for replenishment. Now, it's upside down, been upside down. So, if elk has appeared in the reverse position, you may be stretching the rubber band to the breaking point. Be careful of undue stress levels, or you might just create an illness to force you to take a break. On another level, you may not be honoring your desire for companionship with the opposite sex, or you may have forgotten the excitement of mating season. Well, I'm too old for that shit, apparently. So, uh, I'm sorry, that was a rude remark, wasn't it? Uh, I guess I would have. Anyway, if this is the case, you may find that your best option is to invite friends of the opposite sex for dinner or an afternoon outing. It is merely suggesting that the exchange of opposite energies could be rewarding. If you are in a relationship, it may be that the honeymoon is waning and that you need to stir up some excitement. Persistently creating a change of pace is the kind of stamina needed for any relationship to exist. In all cases, Elka is telling you to look at how you choose to create your present pathways and how you intend to perpetuate it to reach your goal. In all cases, Elk is telling you to look at how you choose to create your present pathway and how you intend to perpetuate it to reach your goal. In other words, what you intend, how you gonna get there. Your best weapon is the same as Elk's: to stop when you need to persist when you need to, and to allow room for changes and exchanges of energies. Now, that's interesting because Turtle has also um, given us that same, we need change, get rid of some old things and allow new things to come in. So those two are kind of sort of related. Okay, is Judy still in the house? If you are, do you still want a card? Is where I'm headed with this. Been 2 hours and 14 minutes. Wasn't planning on doing a long one. I was just going to get on here and have a couple of thoughts and visit with y'all. Okay. Yes, you're still on, and yes, you still want one, right? I'm messing with you, Judy. Okay, I got a Colbin. Let's get physical instead of spiritual. There's a time for both. That's what I was learning today about, my woods is right behind the house. And it's my choice whether or not to go or not. And whether or not to get my feet wet, whether or not I want to, put up with the stickers, and whether or not, just because I used to be able to keep, I used to keep my trails up, and I could go all kinds of places. Okay, so Judy, no idea what you need. Just think on the card and help me find one, or maybe two. That's a maybe, and it's not sure which way it wants to go. It's spinning. That's interesting. And this one. So, all right. Johan, how are you? It's Coyote, upside down. And Coyote was in there, one of my last readings. But the message is clear a lot of times. Crow. Now, Crow was the first one, and it didn't, I mean, it was literally spinning here on the thing. It was going around and back and forth like a compass. I don't know which way it's supposed to go. Colbin, I've been doing these medicine cards for a long time, and whether or not it's true or not is up to the person who gets the card, and whether or not it relates to them or whatever. Now, to the point. So it's up to the person. I'm just the person who pulls the cards, and it's up to the person who receives them. But anyway, so Judy, the first card out was Crow, number 24. And the other one that's sort of, I don't know, sort of a bystander is Coyote. 24 is law. Crow, are you cawing so I may know the secrets of balance within my soul? Or are you sending your sacred caw just to remind me of universal laws? Let me take a quick sip. This is a long story about Crow, so it's one of the longest. There is a medicine story that tells of Crow's fascination with her own shadow. She kept looking at it, scratching at it, pecking at it, until her shadow woke up and became alive. Then Crow's shadow ate her. Crow is Dead Crow now. Dead Crow is the left-handed guardian. If you look deeply into Crow's eye, you will have found the gateway to the supernatural. Crow knows the unknowable mysteries of creation and is the keeper of all sacred law. Since Crow is the keeper of sacred law, Crow can bend the laws of physical universe and shapeshift. This ability is rare and unique. Few adepts exist in today's world, and fewer still have mastered Crow's art of shapeshifting. This art includes doubling or being in two places at one time consciously. taking on another physical form and trying to be the fly on the wall to observe what is happening far away. Now, that could also mean remote viewing, okay? Just throwing that in there. The Europeans that came to Turtle Island, Turtle was the previous card, were named to the boat people by Slow Turtle. Even with the knowledge of alchemy possessed by certain boat people, none had ever seen the powerful shape shifting of shamans who utilized crow medicine. Wow, I just understood something about something, a dream I had of. Wow, that's interesting. Crow. Okay. Many boat people were frightened by what appeared to be animals coming into their camps or dwellings to discern their medicine. In other words, they were sending out scouts to find, and medicine could be like medicine or foods or what they were about. Crow medicine people are masters of illusion. All sacred texts are under the protection of Crow. Creator's Book of Laws or Book of Seals is bound in crow feathers. Crow feathers tell of spirit made flesh. Crow is also the protector of the Oglala, or ancient records. The sacred law belts or wampum belts beaded by native women long before the boat people or the Europeans came to this continent that contain knowledge of the Great Spirit's laws and are kept in the black lodges, the lodges of the women. The law which states that all things are born of women is signified by Crow. Children are taught to behave according to the rules of a particular culture. Most Orthodox religion systems create a mandate concerning acceptable behavior within the context of worldly affairs. Do this and so, and you will go to heaven. Do thus and so, and you will go to hell. Different formulas for salvation are demanded by each true faith. Human law is not the same as sacred law. More so than any other medicine, Crow sees that the physical world and even the spiritual world, as humanity interprets them, are an illusion. There are billions of worlds. There are an infinite number of creatures, and Great Spirit is within all. If an individual obeys Crow's perfect laws as given by the Creator, then at death, he or she dies a good medicine death, much like our dear friend Brian, going on to the next incarnation with a clear memory of his or her past. Crow is an omen of change. Now, okay, we're in a time of change, okay. Crow lives in the void, null and void, and has no sense of time. The ancient chiefs tell us that Crow sees simultaneously the three fates, past, present, and future. Crow merges light and darkness, seeing both inner and outer reality. If Crow medicine appears in your car today, you must pause and reflect on how you see the laws of the Great Spirit in relationship to the laws of humanity. I'm going to read that again. If Crow medicine appears in your card spread, you must pause and reflect on how you see the laws of the Great Spirit in relationship to the laws of humanity. Crow medicine signifies a first-hand knowledge of a higher order of right and wrong than that indicated by the laws created in a human culture. With Crow medicine, you speak in a powerful voice when addressing issues that for you seem out of harmony, out of balance, out of whack, or just unjust. Remember that Crow looks at the world with first one eye and then the other cross-eyed. In the Mayan culture, cross-eyeds had the privilege and duty of looking into the future. You must put aside your fear of being a voice in the wilderness and call the shots as you see them. As you learn to allow your personal integrity to be your guide, your sense of feeling alone will vanish. Your personal will can then emerge so that you will stand in your truth. The prime path of true Crow people says to be mindful of your opinions and actions. Be willing to walk your walk, speak your truth, know your life's missions, and balance past, present, and future in the now. Shapeshift that old reality and become your future self. Allow the bending of physical laws to aid in creating the shape-shifted world of peace. Call the shots, right, Loretta? Now the contrary, and this thing just kept spinning, so I don't know, but anyway. So, you are an outlaw today, eh? This is one of the varied messages of Crow reversed. The rebel in you has given a yell, and all hell is about to break loose. That's just interesting. A word to the wise at this point: make sure that if you are stepping on toes, you have some backup. The catalyst for a barroom brawl isn't usually the person with two black eyes. That is what it means to eat crow. If you do not plan to go to such extremes, Crow reverse may indicate that you are merely cheating a little on your diet. Promises are made to be broken. In any of these situations, the only loser is you. If you are lying to yourself on any level, you have lost the power of Crow. If you are lying to yourself on any level, you have lost the power of Crow. Think about it, and maybe your inner truth will come to you. In seeing what is true, you may need to weed out past beliefs or ideas to bring yourself into the present moment. Contrary Crow speaks of needing to remember that divine law is not judgment or denial of self-truths. Divine law is honoring harmony that comes from a peaceful heart and that comes from a peaceful mind, an open heart, a true tongue, a light step, a forgiving nature, and a love of all living creatures. Honor the past as your teacher, honor the present as your creation, and honor the future as your inspiration. Man, that's just a really good sentence right there. Honor the past as your teacher, honor the present as your creation, and honor the future as your inspiration. Refusing to honor the shifts in your reality can cause emotional pain. Contrary Crow speaks the broken law. The law of expansion is broken by suppression. Wow. Okay. I'm kind of talking about suppression of stuff earlier. This may apply to a situation, an old habit, a person you have given your authority to, or your own fears. It is always your own creation, so call on Crow and shift that creation to your new reality. So, Judy, that's that. Crow. Now, there is this other subsequent card, and it was Coyote upside down. The sacred law, you know, and shape-shifting. So the past is our teacher, the present is our creation, and the future is our inspiration. Man, I love that. I hope I remember that. That's just like, wow. So we kind of know about Coyote, and he's the trickster. So, and he's upside down. Coyote, you devil, you tricked me once more. Must I sit and ponder what you did it for? There are thousands of myths and stories about the Coyote, the great trickster. Many cultures call Coyote the medicine dog. If you have pulled this card, you can be sure that some kind of medicine is on its way. and it may or may not be to your liking. Whatever the medicine is, good or bad, you can be sure it will make you laugh, maybe even painfully. You can also be sure that Coyote will teach you a lesson about yourself. Coyote has many magical powers, but they do not always work in his favor. His own trickery fools him. He is the master trickster who tricks himself. No one is more astonished than Coyote at the outcome of his own tricks. In other words, we sabotage ourselves. He falls into his own trap, and yet he somehow manages to survive. He may be banged and bruised by the experience, but he soon goes on his way to even greater error, forgetting to learn from his mistakes. He may have lost the battle, but he is never beaten. Coyote is sacred. In the folly of these acts, we see our own foolishness. As Coyote moves from one disaster to the next, he refines the art of self-sabotage to a sheer perfection. No one can blindly do themselves or others in with more grace and ease than this holy trickster. Coyote takes himself so seriously at times that he cannot see the obvious. For example, the steamroller that is about to run him over. That is why, when it hits him, he still cannot believe it. What? Was that really a steamroller? I better go look, he says, and he's run over by it once again. Contained within trickster medicine is the humor of the ages. The cosmic joke is just not on ourselves, but on everyone else. If they are following Coyote or have strong Coyote medicine, someone like this may be able to convince others that a skunk smells like a rose. But the fact remains that it's still a skunk. Snooze time is over if you have pulled the Coyote medicine card. Watch out. Your glass house may crash to the ground at any moment. All your self-mirrors may shatter. The divine trickster is dogging you, and you may trip. Coyote scratches under his arm. He does a crazy dance. He catches his tail on fire with matches. He jumps in the fish pond to save himself and nearly drowns. Coyote seduces a concrete statue. Coyote thinks he's found a bone, but it is a rattlesnake. Everyone watches the comedic scene. Coyote is you, me, booby traps, jet airplanes with toilets that don't work, blind dates, and all the humorous and whimsical things we encounter along life's ways. Get ready for more of the laughs. Lots more. Go immediately beneath the surface of your experiences. Ask yourself what you're really doing and why. Is Coyote your medicine? Are you playing jokes on yourself? Are you trying to fool an adversary? Is someone tricking you? Do you want to give the office geek the phone number of the beautiful new secretary? Or do you want to pull a boner on your best friend? When was the last time you did something just because it was crazy and fun? Actually, today. But on the other hand, you may not be conscious of your own pathway of foolishness. Now, I had Coyote medicine what seemed like forever. Every time I turned around, something was happening. And it was just dumb stuff. Coyote. You may have conned yourself, your family, your friends, or even the public at large into believing that you know what you're doing. But listen, Coyote, you are balled up in your own machinations. You have created a befuddling, bewildering, and confounding trick. Pick up the juggler eyes from the ground and put them back in their sockets. See through the genius of your acts of self-sabotage. Find it amusing and laugh, trickster, laugh. If you can't laugh at yourself and your crazy antics, you have lost the game. Coyote always comes calling when things get too serious. The medicine is in laughter and joking so that new viewpoints may be assumed. Now, the earlier cards all had to do with new ideas coming in. If you have Coyote medicine, you may use it to make stuffy old fogies to lighten up, to cheer up, to add cheer to a party, or to break a death grip conversation with ease. Look at the positive side of sabotaging nosy questions about your personal life. Have fun telling some gossiper that you just returned from the Antarctic in your new Learjet. Now, the coyote, he was upside down. So, if coyote appears in a reverse position, you can be assured that he is going to be contrary and a pain in your side. Look around yourself and watch which direction he's coming from. If Coyote is approaching you from the outside, be aware of this master of illusion. Now, Coyote could be a lot of things. So it's the trick, it's someone's, plural, trying to pull a trick. Okay. So beware of this master of illusion. Coyote may put you in his spell and take you to a briar patch to pick berries. It will be a painful lesson for you if you follow him. Coyote reverse can appear in your life as a supposed all-knowing teacher, a scam artist, a get-rich-quick business planner, a rare coin door-to-door salesperson, a swampland realtor, or anybody who wants you to follow their lead. Coyote is not the recommended business partner or lover. Contrary coyote may signal a time when everything you touch backfires. All your jokes may be exploding in your face. In this reverse position, coyote also signals a time to be aware of the intentions of others. Coyote also signals a time to be aware of the intentions of others. And to look for the boomerang you threw at another person coming back to knock you from behind. Someone else's trick may be on you, or there could be deception in the wind. Whatever coyote reverse is conjured up, it could be coming from any direction. Remember, this joker is always wild. Hey Al, how you doing? So Judy, it sounds like his. Oh, that's cool, Judy. Hey, Lady Spitfire, how y'all doing? Yeah, but see, there's a lot in each of these messages, though, tonight, as I sort of kind of prayed for early on, was that is there a message kind of sort of for all of us in here, even though, these individual ones were picked with your intent, right? But the idea, though, that, to be cautious of being tricked. And one of the things I was talking about this, we don't know what's going to happen tomorrow kind of thing, right? So, who's going to trick us? Or have we been being tricked? Have we been being deceived? Turtle and each one of these is telling us to, make room for new ideas, and, to pull within, to stay out of the slings and arrows, but also to contemplate, what's really true to our in our hearts. So, but I'm glad that pulling the cards sounded like they were meant for you, because the second card was like not quite sure about this, but Crow was, yeah, that's it, and it spun around here on the top of the computer. It's really weird, but weird is what weird does anymore in my life. I was like, okay. When you physically see orbs cross between me and the camera, I can't say you've pretty much seen everything, but the experience is there. You know what I mean? So, okay, drink break. Smoke break. Smoke if you got them. Oh, 10 p.m. All right. Where is Michelle? Lady Spitfire. I'd forgotten about the painted. What? Thanks, Al. Hey, Sarah. Good weed. Yeah, actually. Um, oh, your son David, huh? From one Dave to another. Let's see. Ladies fit for my sister, maybe the coyote. I'd hate to be. I'd hate to be right. Well, there's a little bit of trickster in all of us, you know. And sometimes, well, I was eat up with trickster years ago. Oh my God! Every time I turned around, something was going wrong, and you know, I literally felt like I was jinxed. But right, Ian, how are you? Acme rocket attached to your back and light the blue. Yep. Yeah. But see, to the point of coyote, though, in the many different places that I've read about coyote, is that every one of those cartoons are like right on the money with how coyote actually is. You know, did he ever learn? You know, did he ever question whether Acme had a really good product? You know, did he ever send anything back? You know, the rocket sleds, and you know, maybe it was the rocket that was a defaulty. You know, maybe it's guiding. It didn't have a GPS back then. You know. Anyway, okay. I hope the lottery people get the numbers right this week. I demand a recount. Yeah. Hey, Jody. Orbs can be welcome sight. Yes, agreed. A bizarre story. Hope you're doing well, Jody, and cheers. Did you notice all the dumps they started putting out, Jody, on the channel The Cause? Interesting. I get to go back and look over some of the old stuff again. But now, for those of you who've been around my channel for a while, and I haven't done a video in a while, I used to do videos on the Silent 72 Plus. And there's been some stuff out there in the universe, and basically it's not necessarily to draw attention to any of the 72s or the 72 plus, because I think there are a lot of us 72 pluses out there who are working for the cause, with the cause. We, you know, we want that Christ consciousness. We want, you know, peace on earth. You know, we want to be able to have dialogue between us. I mean, you know, if I can somehow make arrangements to not have to kill my enemy and he won't kill me, then that's a win-win, you know, depending on what you have to give up, right? So, but I remember, you know, hanging around on Dante's channel back when it was Dante and it was Alien Humankind and that kind of thing. And so I realized that I've been, you know, listening to Dante's channel for quite a while through the different, you know, changes and so forth. And I guess I know more than I realized. But one of the things, though, that in my searching for myself, and this is for all of you, not just Jody, but in searching for my own self in this, and going through some of the Alien Humankind and so forth, and they've got a new channel up with old material, and it's called The Cause, Cause, The Cause. And in one of the videos today that I was flipping through, it said, you know, you watch these videos and it will awaken some. And when I watched some of those videos to the point, that's one of the things that awakened me and reawakened me because of my Mother Mary messages that I had received myself. And so, and it was Dante's channel that reprinted one of the videos that I did, which said to me, I must have a little bit of a handle on this. Not that I am necessarily connected with what's going on with them, but it was a a pat on an attaboy that I'm on the right track. And so I continue to pray to the universe that, the message is true and, and is at least parallel. I don't know all the history, but I don't think that that's part of what's necessary. It's interesting to know where we've came from and maybe who we were in previous lives, but I know that I have been in medieval times, and not necessarily as a king or queen or anything like that. I think I'd be pretty as a queen, but that's another story. I look good in heels. Um, it's an old joke tied to an old story. But anyway, um, me and a friend of mine who passed many years ago, we dressed up in drag and did this little spoof, and it somebody that they didn't know. I mean, I shaved every part of my body, that was showing. It didn't really do any good, but you know, the remark was, and I had these. I couldn't do high heels, but there was sort of a, the littler heel, and I'm walking around. I mean, we were downtown Thomasville, waving at people and soliciting, and all in fun and jest. But anyway, somebody said, "Oh, hey, miss, you've got nice legs," and I turned around, and in my deepest male voice, I went, "Oh, really? Well, thank you. I've got nice gams, huh? Thank you. What? It was just for the sheer, you know, fun of it. And we had a ball for a couple of hours that night. We had a ball. It took me 2 days to get ready. I mean, I did my hair up, lipstick. Somewhere there's a picture, but me and Hoyt, and we just had this thing. We were going to do this little bit, and it was a short bit, but we got there are people laughing and peeing on the floor, and just it was great. Two comedians, it was sort of like Some Like It Hot in a way, where the two guys dress up as women anyway. So um, Tony Curtis, and I can't remember who the other person was, but anyway, it was sort of like Some Like It Hot. But so um, raise your hand if there's anybody out there that would like a card pulled. I was just taking a break and BSing, but um, well, a 10 cent. Um, okay, ladies, Spitfire, you're next. And thanks for hanging out with me, because I was kind of, all this stuff was not necessarily weighing heavily on my mind. It was more that tomorrow is Christmas and I don't know what to expect. Not that it's Christmas. It could be something else. But to my point, I was like, man, I just want to sit here and watch some dumb movie, and I can't turn off these thoughts in my head. And there's got to be other folks out there kind of. I'm not stressing out about it. I'm ungodly calm, which has sort of got me worried. Like I'm way too calm. Sorry about that, but I'm way too calm. So, let's have a bowl, smoke one, say hi to Bob, and we'll coagitate together. Um, Nelly's the best. I love you guys. Loretta, you'll take one? Okay. Yeah, ladies, but kind of anxious but calm. Yeah, it's sort of like, well, Christmas is tomorrow. Not that it's Christmas. But I'm like, and here's the interesting thing, just to kind of throw another note in there behind all this, is that um, I'm sorry, they made me lose my place. Until 4 a.m. Oh crap, I don't know. I'm gonna have to pee and get something to eat. I haven't really had any dinner. I was working outside and doing stuff, and for me, I got a lot of stuff done. I'm really proud. You know, when my friend came over earlier, and bless his heart, and I mean that with the utmost of honor. He comes by and helps. I say take care of me, make sure that, you know, he may be the only person I see for weeks, other than going into town and getting groceries once every 10 days or so. So, you know, to have somebody stop by, and they live just right down the road. And if I knew them better, I'd go over and, you know, and hang out. But he's the one that's got the little girls I told you about around Thanksgiving, and that we played frisbee in the yard, and then they made me little Christmas cards. Lovely little young ladies, and smart. Oh my God. You know, and to live with an attitude. Now, I mean this with, they're God-fearing people, read the Bible and believe in kind of thing, but they don't push it, and everything is about Jesus and God and the Holy, you know, that they're very respectful in that, but they teach their children in that, with that vein of, you know, so it's like, you couldn't ask for anything better as far as parents, especially in this day and age, you know. I don't think I've ever seen him drink any alcohol. And of course, she just had the baby a few months ago. So, but as far as there being alcohol in the house, there, you know, a little bit of, you know, but all things related. But in the idea, though, that, you know, they're just really nice country people. You know, he works at a cabinet shop, does fine work. He looks out for us old curmudgeons, sort of like me. So anyway, so let me go. Let's see. The first one I said I would do, and I'll pull a card for you too, Loretta. I think was for Lady Spitfire. Sarah, if I find the picture, I promise I will hold it up to the camera and let you all see it. It's not digital. It was back when you had to actually, you know, do the film. It was in the early days of the digital, but I don't have a digital picture. Actually, I think I scanned it. So, but yeah, I'll put it. It is funny, you know. And opened up the one door. I opened up this door. You know, and we were what we did was we dressed up for the, okay, let me tell you the whole premise that you got me started. They were doing Agnes of God, the play. Okay. I don't know, I think they did a movie, but I know about the play. So anyway, Agnes of God, and it was about a girl who had stigmata, right? Well, so there were 3 women in the play, and in the community theater business, we always tried to pick plays that would include as many people as we could without going nutso, but, and, you know, men, women, boys, girls, you know, young adults, old people, you know, we tried to mix it up. So the deal was they picked, in this one season, they picked Steel Magnolias, which is an all-female cast, and they picked Agnes of God. So out of 4 plays, 2 of them men couldn't be in at all. So my friend and I, Hoyt, we've been contrary for a long time. We were sitting around doing bongs, okay, to be very honest, sitting around doing bongs, you know, and look at each other. Man, these women, they got it wrapped up, man. All these female parts, you know, it's going to be another year before we can, you know, even try out for a part. And so it's like Agnes of God, man, we ought to call it Fagness of God and go and drag. So the more stoned we got, the more we decided that when auditions came, so we had planned this ahead, we were going to dress up and drag and audition for Fagness of God, our inside joke. And now this was back in the late 80s. Okay, so this has been damn near 30 years ago. I just bought this place. You know, it was really fresh here. You know, barely any trees, and living in a little corner of this house. So, but anyway, so when the time came, Hoyt and I dressed up. You know, we picked out I had sort of a little summer thing. It was green and without any arms, and a little dress. You know, and Dory, Hoyt's wife, my hair was long enough at the time, so she put curlers in it. And we did the whole permanent thing, you know. And oh, I was adorable. And picked out, you know, the jewelry we wanted to wear, and we picked out purses, you know, and so forth. And, you know, and went to the auditions. And people were just literally falling on the floor. Just, oh my God, it was like, it was nuts. And we, you know, both of us stayed in character, you know, like, well, what are you laughing at? We came to, you know, audition for the play, you know. And everybody in the room, of course, knew us. And Lady Spitfire, I danced burlesque and met some fun, cool drag queens. In the theater business, there are many gay men and probably more gay women. They just didn't show it as much. That's probably why, you know, there were some women who were obviously attracted to men. And then there are some women who were just aloof, if you will. And I think those might have been back in the day, the closet lesbians. Because they always kind of hung around each other, but they weren't open and, you know, like the gay men were. And oh my God, the gay folk down here in Thomasville, woo-wee. And they know people in New York and California, and they travel around. And some of these folks are like millionaire kind of gay people. Not to speak bad, but, you know, I've been in their houses. I've worked as plumbers and electricians and that kind of thing on rental properties from Dr. Ben Gray, which we all called Dr. Ben Gay. But, you know, had parties and cast parties and people that were, you know, just in the community. One guy, Russ, he's an architect and done lots of projects and things, and well known, at least within the community. And his partner, Cooter, who worked for the, name was Cooter, funny as hell, worked for the recreation department, and everybody knew that he was gay and nobody cared. But he never tried to make a pass at any of the kids or anything while working in the rec department. And so for us down here in the South, where people say, well, you just, you know, you don't get along with people and you're stuck up and we need to be re-educated. Listen here, 25 years ago, we had these gay people doing these things down here. Don't tell us that we need re-educated and that we, you know, that we're bigoted and all that. No, you come down here and live with us and see what kind of people we are. And you find out we're there's some really nice folks that live down here, you know. But anyway, I digress. So this is Lady Spitfire's card. I already pulled one, but they said to shuffle the deck and do it again. Now, I go for a tingly feeling in my fingers, okay? I'm shuffling the cards through my fingers like this while I'm sitting here, and it'll be like a hot spot. And something will feel yes or no, and it'll be when I feel with my fingers from the bottom of the card, simply because I don't want to look at them and choose them, right? That'd be kind of, yeah, it seems like this one. Okay, see what it is. Oh my goodness. Interesting and straight up. Everyone called Ben Gay. Yeah, his name is Dr. Ben Gray. And I don't know if he's still alive or not, but he owned like 150 different rental properties in Thomasville. and he was a dentist. And the house he owned, at the time, was like this really strange old Victorian thing. They got some beautiful Victorian homes in Thomasville that literally go back to the Civil War. And so he had bought this house, and very extravagant. And the last time I heard, it was worth like $0.9 million, on the open market. And they turned the house next to his into a B&B and all. Anyway, a lot of money that came down into South Georgia. Back in the days of Gulf Oil and Standard Oil, they owned huge plantations down here. So supposedly, the staircase or the house or whatever that was Gone with the Wind, that house is on one of the plantations down here, where they first watched and screened the movie Gone with the Wind was in one of the plantations down here in the South. So anyway, a lot of history in that respect, and a lot of niggers. Okay, let me tell you, that went through all these. Them folks were the white racist mofos. Most of them folks are gone, but yeah. Anyway, so 2 cards, Hummingbird. All right. Number 44, which is almost the last one or it is the last one in the book, is it? Yep, it is. Hummingbird. Joy. Hummingbird, joyful little sister, nectar you crave. All the sweetness of the flowers is the love you gave. Joy. Hummingbird is associated with the ghost. I got to put my other glasses on. Hummingbird is associated with the ghost shirt religion, which taught that a certain dance done properly would bring the return of the animals, and the white people would disappear. Once again, the original people would know the joy of the old ways. In Mayan teachings, Hummingbird is connected to the black sun and the fifth world, fifth dimension, fifth world. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. I'm going to read that sentence again. Hummingbird can give us the medicine to solve the riddle of the contradiction of duality. The song of Hummingbird awakens the medicine flowers. Hummer sings a vibration of pure joy. Flowers love Hummingbird because nectar sucking brings about the reproduction of their families. Plants flower and live because of Hummingbird. Hummingbird can fly in any direction, up, down, backwards, and forwards. Hummingbird can also hover in one spot and appear to be motionless. Great Spirit created Hummingbird to be slightly different from other feathered creatures. Because of their magical qualities, hummingbird feathers have been used for a millennium in the making of love charms. It is said that hummingbird conjures love as no other medicine does, and that hummingbird feathers open the heart. Without an open and loving heart, you can never taste the nectar and pure bliss of life. I got to read that. Without an open heart, without an open and loving heart, you can never taste the nectar and pure bliss of life. That's really true. To brother and sister hummingbird, life is a wonderland of delight, darting from one beautiful flower to another, tasting the essences and radiating the colors. If hummingbird is your personal medicine, you love life and its joys. Your presence brings joy to others. You join people together in relationship, which helps bring out the best in them. You know instinctively where beauty abides, and near or far, you journey to your ideal. You move comfortably within a beautiful environment and help others taste the succulent nectar of life. Hummingbird holds the bow of beauty, which is delicately inlaid with gold and silver flowers, pearls, and precious jewels. Hummingbird disdains ugliness or harshness and quickly flies away from discord or disharmony. If Hummingbird has flown into your cards, get ready to laugh musically and enjoy Creator's many gifts. Drop your judgmental attitude and relax. Hummingbird will no doubt give you a flash of the spirit, darting here, there, and everywhere. Get ready for a strange new burst of energy, which may send your senses reeling. Hummingbird hears celestial music and is in harmony with it. Hummingbird may invite you to an art museum or a concert. Hummingbird energetically embraces the highest aesthetics. From me to you, Hummingbird may be telling you to go outside and just listen to the whatever it is. Now, out here in the country, it'll get really quiet, especially this time of year, and you can hear things miles away. On the roads, around here, it's very interesting because there's no leaves on the trees, so it echoes a lot. And so Hummingbird may be telling you to just go out and just listen, period. Never be coarse in front of Hummingbird, for this is a fragile medicine which may have no understanding of worldly affairs. Beauty is the target, and Hummingbird's mission is to spread joy or to be destroyed. Ooh. Hummingbird quickly dies if caught, caged, or imprisoned. Follow Sister Hummingbird, and you will soon be filled with paroxysms, of joy, and experience a renewal of the magic of living. Now, it was straight up. You missed it? I just got done. D Ocean, how you doing? You missed it? Regen. Holy crap. Well, I'll read the contrary, but it was straight up. The basics of Hummingbird is to be enjoyed. If contrary Hummingbird is in your cards, and it wasn't, in any configuration, it speaks to you of matters of the heart. Now, Hummingbird does say, have an open heart. And let me read that one since you lost your thing, lady. It is said that Hummingbird conjures love as no other medicine, and that Hummingbird feathers open the heart. Without an open and loving heart, you can never taste the nectar and pure bliss of life. To brother and sister Hummingbird, life is a wonderland of delight. That's a small summation of that. If Hummingbird has flown into your cards, get ready to laugh musically and enjoy Creator's many gifts. Strange new bursts of energy which may send your senses reeling. Hummingbird hears celestial music and is in harmony with it. Hummingbird energetically embraces the highest aesthetics. Hummingbird, let's see. All right, so the contrary is it may speak to you in matters of the heart. How or why has your heart center closed? Have you done something callous to another, causing them to shut off love they once felt for you? The contrary Hummingbird, and it wasn't, but may presage sorrow and the inability to see the many blessings we two-leggeds have been given and the primordial beauty that surrounds us. If contrary hummingbird sings its forlorn song, perhaps you should journey into your personal pain and know that your sorrow is your joy in another direction. Perhaps you should journey into your personal pain and know that your sorrow is your joy in another direction. That's just a really interesting way of putting that. So, and that was sort of a recap for Lady Spitfire, who lost her. Little Bo Peep has lost her sheep and doesn't know where to find them. But leave them alone. Yes, leave them alone. And they being the sheep, they will come home. They will, wagging their tails behind them. It's in the book. Now, the other card that I pulled was number 41. That was a little take on, it's in the book, and it was a recording on 45 back in the day. Number 41 is whale. Well, I haven't pulled this card in a while. Whale of mighty oceans. Now, Loretta, I think this is for you, okay? You get hummingbirds there too? Okay. So, but they threw the hummingbird bird card at me, and whale came straight up, like, here you go. So, but interesting that I pulled cards that both of you, but the first one was for Lady Spitfire, but the whale could be for you too, lady, as well as you, Loretta. So here we go. Whale 41. Whale of mighty oceans, you have seen it all. Secrets of the ages heard within your call. Teach me how to hear your words and how to understand the very roots of history of when our world began. Whale is the record keeper. Ween, get drunk on fermented fruit all the time. I was thinking, of Mighty Oceans. I was thinking of the song Changes in Attitude, Changes in Latitudes. Buffy, Jimmy Buffett. Anyway, Mother Oceans was the song that came to my mind anyway. Whale is very much like a swimming library. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. Now, we came up with this with a card earlier for someone else. Excuse me. But guess what, it was number 3. No, that was anyway, it was Wolf, right? Yeah, Wolf. So we've had Wolf and Whale referring to the dog star in just tonight's readings, if you will. And every time I've done the readings, it seems like they are connected in some way through, the dog star, for example. That was the first card I read. But anyway, so these things have a tendency for a night of reading cards, although they are different, there are still similarities. Anyway, that's my observation. Whale carries the history of Mother Earth and is said to have been placed here by the ancients from the dog star Sirius. Yes, I'm serious. Biologists say that whale is a mammal and very possibly lived on land millions of years ago. In tribal legend, whales' move into the ocean happened when the earth shifted and Lemuria, the motherland, went below the waves. Whales saw the events that led to the settling of Turtle Island, North America, and has kept the records and the knowledge of the motherland alive. It is said that Mu will rise again when the fire comes from the sky and lands in another ocean on Mother Earth. The native medicine people are waiting for this event as the next sign of Earth changes. Earth's children will have to unite and honor all the ways and all races in order to survive. Now, that almost sounds like Revelations right there, don't it? Whale medicine people are coded in their DNA to understand that sound frequencies can bring up records in the memories of ancient knowledge. Or, the throat singing, or, they are usually clairaudient or able to hear both very low and very high frequencies. They are usually also physically developed, psychically developed, and fairly telepathic. Many times, however, they are not awakened to their gifts until it is time to use the stored records. Many whale medicine people are able to tap into the universal mind of Great Spirit and have no idea how or why they know what they know. Only later, when they receive confirmation, do they begin to understand how they know or why they receive the impressions. Whale medicine teaches us to use the sound and frequencies that balance our emotional bodies and heal our physical forms. To recall why the shaman drum brings healing and peace is to align with whale's whale's message. The drum is the universal heartbeat and aligns all beings heart to heart. Before the advent of speech and the primordial language, hand signs were used, and many tribes were silent most of the time. The language that was understood was the sounds of great spirits, other creatures, the animals. If you pulled the whale card, you are being asked to tap into these records and to allow yourself to be sung to by those who have the original language. I'm going to read that again. You're being asked to tap into these records and to allow yourself to be sung to by those who have the original language. We are the only creatures who do not have our own unique cry or call. Find yours. Allow your voice to use this sound to release tension or emotion. Whale signals a time of finding your origins, of seeing your overall destiny as coded in your DNA, and of finding the sounds that will release those records. You may never be quite the same again. After all, you are the melody of the universe, and the harmony is the song of the other creatures. When I talked about hummingbirds, sometimes you just have to stop and just listen. If you're outside especially, but just listen. And you could get, there's a car honking in the distance. That might get drowned out by a sound of something scratching near you. And just listen. It's amazing. You may never be the same again. After all, you are the melody of the universe, and the harmony is the song of the other creatures. In using your voice to open up your memory, you are expressing your uniqueness and your own personal sound. As you open to this uniqueness, the animals that are your 9 totems may then send their sounds or calls to you or through you. This will open your personal records so that you may further explore your soul's history and commune with Whale, who carries the history of us all. Now, he was flat straight up. You had a red bird show up in one of your circles. Cool. Now, I usually read the contrary, but this one was flat straight up. So, for those of you, there's sometimes a message in the reverse. If Whale has beached itself in your cards, the contrary medicine implies that you are not following your sonar or your honing device. On some level, you have forgotten that you hold all the answers you need to survive, to grow, and to claim the power of your chosen destiny. It may be that you are having to deal with a lot of chatter in your head and cannot get your own personal records. I can understand why that would be true in some cases, not necessarily for Loretta. If so, you may need to use other sounds to enter the silence. The drum or rattle, the flute, or the sounds of nature may help. I just got done saying that, didn't I? The call of Whale is the lullaby of the tides. Rock yourself gently and float into the world of the sea. Flow with the waters of time and collect your answers. They are the only truth that will lead to your personal pathway of knowing. Contrary Whale is saying that you must desire to know. Whether this is contrary Whale or not, you must desire to know. You must seek the Whale song within you, having anything to do with anything else. But if you want anything from the universe, you must have the desire to know. You must seek the Whale song within you. In hearing Whale's call, you will connect to the ancients on a cellular level. And then as you relax into the flow of the song's rhythm, you will begin to open your unique library of records. It may not come all at once. It may take practice. But if you hold the desire to know close to your heart, it will be the Whale's gift to you. Look to the great star nation and send gratitude to Sirius for the song of the Whale. So, in one of the things I haven't talked about in a while, but I talked about way back when, is that, and it's true in that I need to go back over some stuff for some new folks. But in this idea, so Loretta, hey, Pappy, how are you? So Loretta, did that have anything to, I missed whatever scrolled down up before. Hi, Pappy, how are you? I wish blessings for all of you and continued hope that in each of your lives, you'll take it? Okay. I think each of these songs, I was thinking about the Whale song. But in the Whale song, if you've ever, heard the recordings of the Whale underwaters, find that, that Star Trek movie where they have to go back and get the whales, it's kind of sort of significant in that the native traditions talk about the Dog Star and where the whales came from, so did it come in a Star Trek kind of notion, Now it could be that, Gene Roddenberry, and by the way, Cairo, Georgia, just down the road from me, his Roddenberry Library, and Gene Roddenberry and some of the family still live down there in Cairo, Georgia. And the pickle factory, not so much if that's still there, but anyway. So, did Roddenberry, which he, there's some old traditions that he checked into, because if you watched any of the old Star Trek, there are a lot of native traditional things, and some of the were sort of, the background, not necessarily the premise for the story, but sort of like an outline. It's like, well, the Native Americans talk about this, but there's Star Trek on planet Umsquatch, and all the Umsquatchians, they do these things to the crew. And but anyway, and then they always say, well, something happened like that on Earth thousands of years ago or whatever, Ooh, how about that one, right? So was Gene Roddenberry actually telling us that he got this story from an ancient something and is telling it and putting it in the future? You know what I mean? So, but anyway, I love watching the old series and some of the newer stuff. And, there's a lot of like, wait a minute, there's a lot of interesting parallels, if you will. And one step beyond, there's an old 1960s, 50-ish, black and white. And another one called Beyond Belief. And I think it was like maybe 20 or 30 episodes. But some of the stuff they talk about way back when is like, what? So very interesting to say the least. So, but with all the cards that I pulled tonight, they all seem to like, give us hope rather than, want to drown us. Turtle, even though it was upside down, still a good thing. Coyote was upside down, but Coyote's upside down all the time anyway, and I still say, what did he ever question Acme on any of the purchases he made? And where the F did he get all the money? Maybe, Coyote with the Roadrunner, he must have made his money in commercials or something. He made his money in cartoons, right? That's how he could afford, all those gimmicks and stuff. I mean, have you priced rockets lately? Just saying. And anvils. I got an anvil out in the shed. Some bitch, it ain't as big as the ones he uses, and I can barely pick it up. That's one of its own bed. Let me tell you right now, that anvil out there. So, but even though, like, and so using today's topic and looking kind of back at the cards, like, are we being tricked? Do we have to keep an eye out for the trickster, the coyote? But in doing so, like with Hummingbird, we have to make sure that, and we learn lessons from the trickster, but, laugh at it rather than be depressed, right? So you may drop the anvil on your foot, but you're going to laugh all the way to the hospital. But with Hummingbird, for example, in that the eternal message is to be of open heart and to be of joy. And if your heart isn't open, then you cannot receive the pure bliss of joy. I thought that was a really interesting sentence, So, what a really nice cosmic message in just this certain sentences from these particular cards. And for the message of whale and of turtle, whale as a mammal was supposed to be on Earth, but breathes air. But at the same time, turtle shares that. And so whale remembers back to when Turtle Island began and before. So the connection between the turtle and whale during tonight's cards, like okie doke. So, and there's water involved, which is never a bad thing. But talk about walking in the swamp in the back, my own little story. I'm sloshing through the water, even though it was cold and, I wasn't prepared. I was like, I'm kind of really glad I'm out here sloshing around in the, it's not muddy per se, but, Not goopy, you know. But in some places, it's not goopy at all. It's hard clay. It's just, up to mid calf kind of thing. So not real deep, but, but anyway, but the idea of, oh, I'm looking forward to go getting my feet wet is sort of where I was at. And my connection with the earth and the water is everywhere, right? It touches everything. So the fact that if I really wanted to, I could get in my little kayak and make my way down these little tracks that are in the backyard. It would have been better a couple of days ago, but it could eventually, if it weren't for trees and stuff, make it all the way to the ocean, because the little Ochlockonee in my backyard ties into the big Ochlockonee about 15 miles south. And the big Ochlockonee goes all the way down to Ochlockonee Bay down at Panacea in Florida. So the water in my backyard ends up literally in the Gulf of Mexico, And I've got friends of mine who have a house down there, and I've known people, anyway, Panacea, one of the closest places to the ocean, but there's not really a beach. But so, but for personal message for the cards that I pulled for you folk, my prayer for tonight in pulling the cards was, what is the general message for all of us, in this? So I know I'm picking and choosing, but I think it's just been an interesting little meandering of not necessarily prophecy, but wisdom in the cards, That's how I see it. It's wisdom in the cards. So it's preparing us to, to make changes. It's preparing us to be inventive and encouraging us to be inventive. It's encouraging us to be strong in our spirit, to continue to find our own frequency, be the frequency you wish to receive, right, Brian? With Whale, and that you will get your information. Now, your records, this is very important also, they want me to kind of throw in here with this, is that there are people, and I have spoken about this before, just as a for instance, but for those of you who may not remember or have been here, blessings to all of you, that when people talk about, well, the Akashic record, your Akashic record and my Akashic record may be nowhere near the same. I mean, just you go, well, so there are people who consider the Akashic record to be for everybody, and that's not the case. So with these animal cards, it's that you find your records. I could have been in the Pleiades galaxy the last time. Now, I wasn't, because I did something bad previously on this planet that I had to come back and rectify it. Okay. And right now, they're not angry with me, which a couple of years ago, the spirits around here would have literally eaten my ass up. Okay. But a lifetime or two before, though, I could have been in another galaxy. I could have been a 75-foot tall blue being with green snot coming out of my nose, and I, warts on the side of my head. I could have been a, type of ogre. And, but that could be the species for there, you know what I mean? Like, sort of like a Shrek kind of deal. But the idea, though, that not everybody's going to be a Shrek in a previous life, and not everybody's going to be this other, you know what I'm saying? So your record, my record, may have similarities because we're here on this planet at the same time. But what of those folks who may have just got here in the journey? So with my understanding, especially since they've been working on freeing this planet from the grid that was keeping people from ascending, after they passed, they were like stuck on the moon or something, sort of in a purgatory. And I would have a tendency to believe that that was true because of the way the Catholics preached it for 2,000 years. They created a purgatory on purpose, okay, so that you couldn't just go to heaven. Nah, you had to be a freaking saint to go to heaven, okay? But all of us are going to purgatory until we get our judgments read. Now, don't that sound like a bunch of hooey to you? It did to me as a kid. So we all have to wait in a holding pattern, to go into heaven. What? Yeah, we don't get to go to heaven. No, 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 no. Catholics go to purgatory first. And you got to be, Saint Marie, Jesus, Mary, Joseph, all combined into one before you go straight to heaven. That's just the way the Catholics are. Of course, now they're letting anybody in. So, and for the people outside the church, they go, oh, look, I can be a part of the Catholic Church. I'm sorry, but if you want to be a part of the Catholic Church, then you would not prescribe yourself to all this new nonsense. Because to me, if I wanted to be a part of the church, I would be a part of the old church. And from all my own opinion and a lot of others, the Byzantine Empire, which happens to be, the Orthodox, Greek Orthodox over there, is as close as you could get to the original. I don't want to say Catholic Church because this is, the Catholics stole the religion from the Byzantine Empire, thus the split, and it became the Roman Catholic Church. So, and the Roman Catholics changed it so much, but in the Byzantine era of it, they're the closest to the religion. If you and they don't really have it right, but they're the closest. So if you want to join a church, you would join that one because they still do things the old way. They still follow old traditions and that type of thing. Okay. So, but in the spiritual realm of things, my mission, what I was told many, 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 many years ago, my Mother Mary mission was that I was to talk about spirit, and I was to talk about the soul, and I was taught to talk about humanity. And I had not a clue what she presented to me back when I was 11. And the little things but I noticed that I had to pay attention. And for many years, I gave up on it, didn't think about it, and there is no mission. And I became a drug addict and an alcoholic. So, but through all that, though, I got kicked in the ass a few times through my spirit guides, which brought me back to, if you will, to Mother Mary. She never left. I just didn't pay any attention. So the messages were always there. There were always little things, lessons along the way that I would have this. Remember when you was a kid? So how do I know it was a message from Mother Mary? Mine. Okay. It was that it would send me back to her appearing to me in that clearing when I was a boy. Well, when I was a young boy. I was always a boy, but anyway. That's just craziness. But so I would there's this message, and I could see her standing in the clearing. So that's an old memory, especially now. So, 50 some years ago. So, but that I'll get that image of her in the clearing, which will be like, hey, it's me, right? It's the phone. Anyway, it's caller ID, if you will. So, and then later on, it got a little better it still kind of comes in that way. But it was the essence when she was here at the house that time that I just understood that essence. So there are times when I can tell there's a message of prayer and togetherness and that kind of thing. And I don't report it as a Mother Mary message, I kind of keep that to myself because it kind of stirs up a few people when I talk about Mother Mary. Well, it's a construct. Okay, fine. Whatever. I get it. In my world, in my realm, I know who she is. She's the mother of all. She is the goddess. She is the divine energy. That's what it means to me, having nothing to do with the Catholic Church. Okay, that's just her name. So just as White Dove, who came to me from the Cherokee Nation and spent a lot of time hanging out with me and teaching me stuff. And so I still get a lot of my feminine feelings of the universe. And I don't talk about feminine too much because I don't feel qualified, but, in that it's all of us. So it's not really androgyny, but it's all inclusive. And for me, sometimes it'll be the teachings that White Dove gave me and still does, in that, like, I'll look at something and I'll get this little flash of her, and it'll be to look at whatever I'm looking at again. So the message is like, wait, look at that again. Look over that information. Look over that lesson. Look, whatever it is, look over that again. And from her perspective versus, my perspective. So, and in looking at the cards and trusting the feelings of that. So there are times when I can literally feel like Brian's in the house kind of thing. In these last few years now, there was a point this last summer, for various reasons, there was a huge blockage of some stuff. And my spirit guide was giving me some false information, and there was a bunch of confusion. And I just had to let things just settle out and just calm down and kind of, I still listened. I still was paying attention, but I shut up for a while. Some of you may remember that. But there were some instances and stuff going on, and there were entities that were drawn here and that were in so many ways attacking me. And I having had to deal with them and calm them, and to be calm in their presence, because every entity has the honor to live, whether it's the devil, a demon, or whatever. It's that I choose not to participate with them or on their behalf, but to deny that they don't exist and for them to go away, them sons of guns are powerful. And when I first started the true shaman thing, and started doing the sweat lodge and days of prayer and nights of prayer, all night long, drumming and chanting and drumming and chanting, and to have, I learned to be humble, but to find my strength, I guess I had to find my weakness. And what I did was, I thought that I am Hawkeye. This is what I said. I am Hawkeye Two Feathers. I am here to defend this property against all evil and any negative beings. And if you want to take me on, come on. Oh, what a huge mistake that was. So I took them on. Like, I'm going to whoop your ass. And they showed me quite a few things, like, watch this, right? So, wow, the cursor is moving all on its own over there. That's some really weird thing. I ain't touching it. So, but in that lesson, though, I learned that, I can't drive away the evil spirits because they have a right to be here, as much as I don't agree with it. Okay. But, and I have talked about this before, and it's an interesting lesson in that, you're a reptile and I'm not. I respect that reptiles do what they do because they're reptiles. A snake's a snake. Okay. And try to convince him not to eat, an egg or a mouse or a small rabbit or a frog. Go ahead, talk them out of it. What are they going to eat? That's what they do. They're snakes. So, but in the universe of seen and unseen, there are things that we don't agree with. But I had become a little arrogant in my newfound understanding, I guess, and they whooped my ass. And that I challenged them. If you want to stay here, then I'm Hawkeye Two Feathers. I have given blood on this property. I will sing. I will chant. I will dance. I will give. And they were like, okay, watch this. Kick you over here, kick you over there. stand up, sit down, kick some more, woo. And the lesson was they have the right to be here. So my prayer changed from get the F out of here to if there are any, all positives, my prayer would start like this. All positive spirits are welcome here. All spirits who are on the fence of light and dark are welcome here. And any dark spirits can watch, but cannot participate. And you go, wait a minute. So you state, y'all bad guys, I'm not telling you to go away, but you're not allowed to participate unless you want to participate with the light. So from being the defiant young shaman, as it were, you might say, the acolyte shaman, I'm going to take you spirits on. It ain't like that. And so as soon as I was able to honor these other spirits, regardless of whether or not I agreed with them, they quit messing with me. They just like gave up. So I went from being in a defensive position all the time because I'd pissed them off to now it's just a neutral. And we kind of like, hi, how you doing? It's like the bully in the hallway. You might have got a good sucker punch in on him or something. And he knows he can whoop your ass and he can whoop your ass. But there's this nod in the hallway in high school or whatever, and you kind of nod to one another like, yeah, okay. Yeah. So, and whether or not you like them, agree with them or whatever, they still have the right to exist. And that was one of those things that that was a hard lesson. Oh, that was a hard lesson. And at times it still is. But if I feel like if I feel like I'm getting beat up, I go, hey, whoa, what's going on here? I ask the universe, whoa, what's going on here? Is there somebody local like pissed off at me? Did somebody send me some negative energy to like whoop my ass or something? Wait, whoa, hang on here. What's going on here? Because I know I'm not trying to whip my ass. I'm spending enough of my life doing that already. So what feels like an energy's beating on me or trying to get at me or all right, whoa, calm down, back up, whoever you are. Let's figure this one out. And for my own benefit, I eliminated this, that, this. So now that gives me strength, okay? Because I went from, well, I don't know where this is coming from, to now I know it ain't coming from here, and here, okay? Which gives you confidence. Well, it ain't that, and it ain't this. Well, who's trying to beat me up out there? Why? What are you after? I am a sovereign being, and that just whooping on me is just going to make you tired. So what do you want? Is there a message or is this a lesson or, so you're just asking the universe, if you feel like there's spiritually or psychically being picked on. And if it's somebody from somewhere that's like attacking you, then you can ask the universe to step in and go, nope. And here's the thing. And it's interesting and it still takes practice, but view it in your mind's eye. If you feel like somebody's attacking you, psychically, check the caller ID in your head. And if you feel like it is somebody or maybe not necessarily an entity, but maybe an entity has been employed to work for someone on their behalf to agitate the crap out of you. Or maybe somehow you just agitated something nearby you. So ask the question, who are you? What you're here for? And just let it go. Don't try to put any, whatever. Don't try to figure it out. Allow it to come out. So if somebody's sending you negative energy, Go down the list of stuff that you can, well, it's not my own fear. That ain't it. Okay, I haven't done anything recently, to my knowledge, to piss off anything locally. So have I pissed off, or have I pissed on somebody here recently, and they're getting back at me? So go down the little mental list, and you go, well, no, I haven't pissed off anybody that I can think of. Well, yeah, okay, so I really don't know where this is coming from, but I know for sure it isn't from these sources. And that gives you strength. It does. You say, well, I don't really, trust me, it does. And with practice, you realize, oh, so maybe it's just out there somewhere. And the thought is, don't know where you're at, don't know where you're coming, but I'm a sovereign being, and it's just not going to do you any good. That's basically it. Say, well, we can attack you, and we're going to make we're going to make your life miserable. And we're going to make you melancholy. So I go, okay, I'll go along with your game for a little while. And 10 minutes in, I'm like, okay, y'all had enough time. Out of here. I'm changing my tune, changing the channel. I'm going to change the movie, as Dr. Richard Miller, Dr. Miller. Yeah, that's the guy I've been trying to talk about. He says, change the movie, change change the channel. So, when things start to bother you, or you don't think you can gain control, you just change the channel, change the movie. And in that, because here's one of the things people say, well, we live in a matrix. Well, I can touch this table. My feet are on the floor. It's a little cold at the moment. The fan's running with the heater. So these are things I can hear, touch, smell. This is the 3D. I realize that, but so this idea that it's only a construct, it doesn't really exist. Bullshit. I just picked up them cards and read from this book. Now, can I manifest a different movie? Sure, I can put the book away, put the cards down. I can tell y'all good morning, good evening, good night, and and happy tomorrow. We got like 12, 13 hours to go, roughly, before tomorrow, kind of thing. I mean, the tomorrow. So, but the book, unless I burn it, throw it away, or give it the book's still a book. It just doesn't magically just disappear, or the cards just, no, they're still here. How I use them, if I use them, now that's part of that reality that changes, right? It's within the movie I can manipulate the things on the set, looking at it from an actor's point of view. So there are times when as an actor and also a director, but there are times when there are things on the set which add to the character who wanders over to the bookshelf for some unknown reason. And the actor is like, why do you want me to go to the bookshelf? Well, because I'm trying to separate and give some action to this otherwise dull conversation, and break it up by people having to watch, your action over here. So why am I going to the bookcase? Go find something over there. What do you mean? Well, go to the bookcase. Something you noticed from, behind over here, cross over to the bookcase, and something has caught your attention. Well, what is that? I don't know. Go in the prop room and put something on the shelf. And then when you come out as your character, then that is your impetus to go over to the bookshelf. That gives you make a crossing, and it doesn't look stupid to the audience, because you go over there and you pick up the object and you look at it, you say your lines, and then you put it back on the shelf. So, but it gets you on the other side of the stage and keeps it, it keeps some things from being monotonous. So in our world of construct, we have things within our space that we can manipulate to change the movie in certain ways, because as actors on the stage, and we kind of sort of are, so, okay, so I want to pick up this pipe, and I'm going to talk like Sherlock Holmes for a moment. Sit here, we're going to discuss the current events that are about to befall us in a few hours. And so, with this little pipe here, I'll blow some smoke up someone's poop. And we'll discuss tomorrow the things that will happen, do any of us know, quite frankly, know my brothers and sisters, but you know how things go in this rotten world. We never get justice as justice should be done. And you see. So, in this world of stuff we have, I used to love watching Jonathan Winters because they would give him this prop and he'd go off for 5 minutes, and just make shit up on the fly. He was great. And I have been told in my day that, I was one of the best ad libbers, the many folk who just, left me standing on stage for 3 minutes and when they missed their entrance because they was out back smoking a cigar, true stories. But in all of that, though, in life, I've found that being able to adapt and to be able to wing it in the theater business, is, I just said the word, now I forgot. Improvise, But in life, a lot of times life is one big improv. You might have a job and, you stop somewhere, but along the way, you could go over and see Judy, and have a cup of tea and or a crumpet or two, depending on where you're from. And, you'd have a biscuit instead of a cookie, where I'd rather have a biscuit with some, that biscuit with, homemade honey on it. Or down here in the South, take a warm biscuit for dessert after, some chicken dumplings, Southern made chicken and dumplings with some fresh butter beans, And now for dessert, you take a biscuit that you have used. Now it's already gone because you ate it, but you salt that gravy up, right? And then when you're all done and you wipe that plate clean with your biscuit and munch it down, now you're ready for dessert. So you get one more of them biscuits and you're really nice and you cut it in half and lay it upon the plate. And then you take some of that honest to God, real good home ground cane syrup and pour you some of that cane syrup over the top of them biscuits. And that's your dessert. Lord have mercy, what I wouldn't give to have a good homemade biscuit. I got some cane syrup, but I can't make biscuits for shit. So, but I can sit here and go, now I can go open up that bottle of cane syrup and kind of get me a taste, but it ain't the same. Now I can make pancakes. So a good cane syrup now, sugar cane syrup, but they used to have cane grindings down here all the time. They used to grow in Meigs back in the late 1800s. They had these huge mills around here when I first moved here. And they, Cairo, Georgia is the syrup makers because in the old days, they grew a lot of sugar cane around here. And they had literally huge factories, great big giant barrels of cane syrup that they would take out of South Georgia. That's a history around here. And now you can't find one of those old brick places. They took them all down, which is a shame. Great big, huge brick monstrosities with great big stacks out in the middle of nowhere, But such is the life. They don't grow cane around here much anymore. That there's another industry that's gone out the window, And we were known for our, South Georgia cane. Now there's still people who grow cane, mind you, and who make their own. And I've got a bottle of it in there. And the more I think about it, the more I want to go make pancakes and slap on some. Oh, and by the way, y'all who are eating margarine or some kind of spread, do yourself a damn favor and get some freaking butter. because easy for you to say, the hydrogenated oils that they use to do what they do, oh my God, eat butter. It's butter. It's natural. It's eat butter. This other stuff, oh please stop using the spreads and stuff like that. And I only buy butter now, and have for years. And people say, well, I eat these spreads because it's good for your diet. And they're great, big, and fat. And I've lost weight. And I'm the one that's eating butter. And it tastes better. If you're eating those spreads, oh, please do yourself a favor. Get butter. Real, honest to God butter. It's a little more expensive. Yeah, but it's healthier for you. Anyway, one of my little rants along the way, Oh, goodness gracious me. Yep. I was, I remember when sharecropping was a thing. And I remember back in the days of what it meant to be a sharecropper and how proud you was at the end of the day. This thing's asking me questions. Jody asked, it's okay. This might come off as an idiotic question. What qualifies as real butter? I don't actually know. Jody, butter comes from cows, okay? Buttermilk. And so in the old days, depending on where you're from, they had butter churns. They still do, but it operates differently. But so it's the fat, the butter fat from the cow milk. And so they do it in a pan and they put this heavy cream milk into a butter churn, and they'd up and down, up and down, up and down, and it would take the butter out. It would stick together. So there's a lot of people like buttermilk. I can't do it. And buttermilk pancakes, buttermilk biscuits, I'd rather just have a regular one. But anyway, if it's a spread, a margarine, it is oil that is put through a pump and air situation, hydrogenated. So, and you read right on the side, look, this must be butter. No, it ain't. It's hydrogenated oil. And here's the issue about the oil. Back in the beginning of 2000, there was a big thing going on about canola oil. And there is a true canola type oil. But then there are other oils that the industry, agricultural industry, were like, hey, we've got these other oils here, and we sort of got an overproduction. We don't know what to do with them. But, so they weaseled in these other kinds of oils, like cottonseed oil and this seed and this rapeseed oil and some other stuff. And they, the Ag Commission said, okay. And yeah. And so if it was a sunflower oil, or if it was a single type of oil that you were doing, it's not as bad. But they started mixing these different types of oil. Now, I work around, they have cotton here, right, all around us. Cotton gins just a few miles over, to the west. I used to work at a cotton gin back in the day. Been around, seen it, picked it, gathered it, the whole 9 yards. And cottonseed oil was, back in the day, was not fit for human consumption. They couldn't sell it, okay? You could sell it for any kind of oils or in different industries because it's a light oil. So you could use it in machining and stuff like that and mix it mineral oils. Okay. But so back in the day, you couldn't just do cottonseed oil and put it on a package. Now I pick up this Wise potato chips that I got from the store the other day and reading on the side, and it says cottonseed oil on the package. Oh, and canola oil. But now canola doesn't just come from like you would think the canola bean. No, it's this group of oils they have put as canola or vegetable oil. What vegetable? Well, corn. And this and that. And yeah. Now you can get pure corn oil. You can get pure peanut oil, which if you're not allergic to peanuts, if you want to deep fry something, do it in peanut oil. You know, we used it in the carnival and all this other kind of stuff. But the hydrogenated oil to make it look like a spread, and there are some spreads, oh my God, you know, but is oil that's had air and other things. It is kind of blowed up because oil's thick. So they aerate it, that's the word, and put bubbles in it to make it, you know, fluff up, hydrate. Anyway, so plant milk are where are the, yeah. Um, but anyway, now I'm not saying that butter's like the safest thing, but here's my point. Hydrogenated oils are really not safe, not good in the body. There are certain things that your body cannot get rid of. They're almost like they turn into plasticines, okay, like plastic. And our bodies do not do well with plastics in them, especially when it gets embedded in our joints and stuff like that. Now, I haven't talked about this in a while, but you know, um, I used to buy Mountain Dews and things like that, you know, in the plastic bottle, you know, 20 ounce, man. And I'd have 2 or 3 of them suckers a day when I was working out, you know, in construction and stuff like that, and outdoor work, you know. And I'd get home and, you know, there'd be Mountain Dew in a plastic bottle waiting at me in the refrigerator. So years ago, I read about these plasticines and things that would get into our systems, and we can't, that we literally have to, it has to work out of our bodies. So I made the decision, and I've talked about this, but not recently, to stop buying. I stopped drinking water out of plastic bottles. I will use plastic, okay, but I mean, because water dissolves things, and I've been around enough plastics and the off gassing in industry to know that, you know, you're going to take a fresh bottle that's of plastic that's still off gassing, and you're going to add, quote, pure water to it, which the water will absorb the gases from the inside of the plastic bottles. So there are people drinking plastic bottles all the time, and they're ingesting constantly the off gassing of the plastic on the inside of the bottle. Period. It is. When you work in the industry, I've worked for a company down in Thomasville. I don't think it's there anymore. And they did blow molding. So they did like plastic milk jugs kind of things, you know. And, you know, when you take them off the line, the whole plant smells like this plastic, you know. And so you're taking a freshly molded plastic item, hot off the press. It's still got goo that's given off to, and then you fill it full of something. Where's that goo going? Into the drink. Now, so I've been drinking out of cans, you know, or a bottle. But if I'm going to eat out of a drink out of a plastic bottle, it's got to be a situation that's really, you know. Yeah, we are crapping plastic like crazy, says Isby. Actually, no, it's getting stuck in your joints. And for those of you that have been with me for a while, when I stopped doing plastic, my left knee that I broke at the age of 14, 15 years old is better than it has ever been since I was that age. I've got more motion in it than I ever have. I'm not limping. Now today it was sore and a little crotchety, but I'm pushing 70. And, it was broken in 4 places and twisted around and laying up on my back. So, but I used to have arthritis so bad in my hands that I couldn't make a fist. I mean, I couldn't grab onto stuff. I quit drinking plastic out of plastic bottle, the occasional one, but it was like regular for me. And my arthritis has gotten better, my range of motion in my bones. And as I get older, it should be getting worse, right? It doesn't. So what can I attribute it to? I ain't drinking anything out of a plastic bottle. Like I say, once in a while, you're thirsty, come off the river, and they ain't got no cans. I'm gonna have a drink out of a plastic bottle, right? But as far as doing what I used to do, no. So out of every drink that I have, 1 in 1,000's in a plastic bottle or from a plastic bottle. So, but my joints are better. My arthritis is, yeah, I'm old, and I expect this little bit of joint pain. But it was so bad before that I would wake up crying because the pain in my hands and my fingers hurt so bad. And that don't happen no more. I mean, it just went away. Now, it took a while, but I mean, to the point though, and people say, well, I don't believe you. Okay, don't. But if you got arthritis and joint pain and stuff like that, if you want to save yourself, pick another something to drink out of, because it's helped me. I'm my own living proof. But for other people that I've talked to who have taken plastics out of their diet like that, they're living much better lives. Never freaking microwave something in a plastic anything. I don't give a damn what it says on the thing. And for God's sakes, don't eat from it. Don't eat the food that's in it. Don't. I quit all that. I got a microwave sitting in my kitchen that I don't know what to do with it because I haven't used it in 5 years. I don't heat water with it anymore. I don't heat things up with it anymore. And it only takes a second or two with my gas stove and a little bit of water if I want to have a hot dog or something. If I want to do this or that, it only takes a couple of minutes with the gas stove. So, and people who have electric stoves are just idiots, but I'll leave it at that. Gas, as far as frying and stuff like that, and put a wok on there and a little bit of stir fry, man, you can't do it on an electric stove. And in a prepper situation, electricity's gone off for 3 or 4 days around here, where neighbors were getting together and cooking outside in charcoal. I could use my oven and 4 burners on the top of my stove because I have gas, and I'm bloated a little bit too, and you can make methane gas. I mean, anyway, so the idea though that and I use a 20-pound tank, which was the little small ones, about once every 6 or 8 months. Now, I don't use the oven much. I got a little toaster oven that for me is a little bit more efficient for a single person instead of heating up this great big oven. But I cook anything I want to as long as I need to. And I've got 2 or 3 extra, cylinders of gas. So if I continue to use the gas the way I have been, one every 6 or 8 months, I've got 2 more tanks. I got enough gas to cook on for another year and a half if I don't buy any more. I got an empty one up there I need to refill. Cost $22. Big deal, right? So for me, that's efficient. For me, it gets the job done. And for me, regardless of what goes on in outer space, I can still go in there and cook, And easily, you look under there and but electric stove, okay, enough of that. But for people who are like, I don't know, yeah, I can't. And I see why people overcook stuff because now I haven't cooked on some of the newer ones, but that are supposed to be so sensitive to the, to the heat. They burn shit all the time. I turned mine down to where I can get a little bit of gas about like that. It don't burn unless I don't come back for an hour and it boils all the water out. But, you know, no, you put it on, it simmers. Anyway, cheers, everybody. So regardless of what happens in the next few hours, we, the silent 72 plus, we, the members of the League of Like-Minded Beings, we, the co-members of the Soul Tribe, we, members of the universe and of the quantum reality, we, of children of the universe, regardless of what happens in 12 hours, we're still going to be that, you know? So how we drive the bus, how we manifest our tomorrows. For me, I'm going to go out tomorrow and me and the dog are going to walk in the woods. I'm going to take my slippers so that I can go walking in the water, and I'm going to go get my feet wet. And as soon as the river comes down a little bit, me and the dog are going to go on a canoe / kayak / we're going to the river. It's just a little bit too high right now. The water's up above the boat ramp, you know, so going to wait till the boat ramp is visible. But that's the truth. So, but anyway, and here's the thing. There are things in life that you should experience. Not because I said so, but partially because I say so. If you don't ever put your feet in the water, if you never walk on the beach, you know, in the sand with the water coming up, pick an ocean, don't care, or a lake, you know. If you've never experienced that, then you can't say, well, I've been to the ocean, you know. I've experienced what it feels like to walk on the beach, you know. Now, I've seen, you know, snowbirds back in the day. They probably still do it. When I lived in Florida, they'd come down and they'd be in their little slacks and their, you know, and their whatevers and their sunglasses on and, you know, and their pedal pushers, as they called them, and their sandals with socks always, and stand on the beach and look, Martha, the water's coming in. Ain't it pretty here at Clearwater Beach? Or wherever. And so back in the day, that's where I was at. And, you know, we'd be out there splashing and running up and down, you know, with no shoes on in the sand and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, I don't even know if you can go barefoot anymore. But to the point, though, their experience of the beach and our experience of the beach is not the same. But we all went to the same beach, but they didn't get their feet wet, but they saw the ocean and they felt the breeze. Okay. But did you put your feet in the water and feel the ocean and feel how it came in and then pulled back out around your toes, and how you watched the sand and then the next wave would come in? And have you felt that? Have you sat in the water on the edge of the beach with your feet in and have the waves, you know, crash over you? Just one instance. But if you've never been to a mountain and put your feet in a stream and the cold and the feel and this, if you've never experienced it, then you can say, well, you know, I saw a movie or I listened to things, you know, but have you done it? Well, I've always liked to, but so what's stopping you? So for me, I've experienced a crap load of stuff and will continue to do so. And some might say, well, don't you push it a little bit? Not like I used to, but hey, I'm back. But without the experience of being in the woods, going out and getting your feet wet, going out and doing something that may be a little bit out of your normal, you know, then you haven't experienced it. You know, you just, oh, well, there's water in the back. This is what I was doing myself now. I'm bitching at myself. Sit here and look out there. Well, there's water back there. I know it looks nice with the water, but I really don't want to go out there. It's mushy and I don't want to get my feet wet. that's myself talking to me. Now that I've been out there the last little bit, shared it with my friend Rob and walked all over it. I'm like, why haven't I been out here more? Well, it was hot and mosquitoes, but now even in the cold is like what used to draw me. Like, let's go to the river. It's nice and chilly. We can build a fire and and not have to worry about skeeters and perfect time. Don't care how cold it is. We can always build a fire, right? So, but I quite frankly, I've been chicken shit to myself. So I've not allowed myself to experience what's in my own backyard. But my point to all of you, have you not allowed yourself to participate in something that's in your own backyard? Maybe literally, or, a state park or a river or a lake or something, or the beach or something that right now, it's the reconnection. And if you've never really connected, then maybe it's time you did. Now, this is my white dove connection that's saying in the divine of mother that all things are necessary. Now, she just whispered that in my ear. With the divine, all things are necessary. So it's necessary to put your feet in the water. It's necessary to put to feel the heat of the sand. It's not, how can you understand Mother Earth if you don't experience Mother Earth? Now, you can allow the energy to go in and out. You can go out, stand in the yard. That's not what I mean. But for what all the things that Mother Earth has to offer, have you taken her up on those offers? I ain't pointing fingers. I'm just asking the question. Because I'm pointing the finger at me and going, yeah, I was guilty of this just 2 months ago. I was like, oh, and just a couple of days ago. Now, it was 28 degrees down here, and for us, that's chilly. And 28 degrees, and I really don't want to go walking in the water. You know what I mean? Now, it was 44 in the daytime. Yeah. But now today, it was 62 degrees, which is, for me, that's really comfortable. And I just wasn't prepared to walk in the water. Tomorrow, they're saying maybe 70. Ooh, time to go. So take an opportunity, if you have it, to participate with Mother Earth in all her different various things. Now, I've been having a little bit of truck trouble, so I would drive to the river, except that I need to get a fuel filter, and but I can walk right in the backyard. So my next step is first go in the back, participate. Next, fix my truck, and then go to the river. Sort of in that order, you know what I mean? But I have to make the decision to participate. And I've been too lazy. I don't know. Yeah, why should I go? Blah, blah, blah. Duggar ain't used to it. And it's cold. Now, the water has been too high. That has been the truth. I one of the times that I got drowned was due to a high water incident on the Occoquan River. And I should not have been on the river the way it was. So, but anyway. And especially the way I didn't have my PFD on. And I was really new to the kayak too. So, but anyway, all right, hour and 23 minutes. Now it's time to say goodbye to all my company. MIC, see you real soon. KYY. MOUSE. I remember that as a kid growing up. Mickey Mouse Club. Well, boys and girls, it's time for us to go. MIC. Yeah, I poked. What'd you poke with the stick? 2 different fish, 2 different snakes the same day. Holy crap. One of the things that we used to have a lot around here. And, Wiggum, Georgia, which is west of Cairo, where, where Gene Roddenberry's from. They used to have rattlesnake roundup there every year. I mean, thousands of rattlesnakes, And back when I first bought this property back in 82, 83, 84, we had to be careful of rattlesnakes. I haven't seen a rattlesnake in 20 years. I've got pictures of when, that we'd see them on the highway, that we'd see, the same thing with water moccasins. Now, I've got a swamp in the backyard. I've been down in the swamps where other people will refuse to go with me. And I've seen all kinds of snakes. Now, I have seen moccasins, but 20 years ago. Now, I've been down on the river a bunch here these last few years, right? Nooks and crannies and places where I would normally have seen a cottonmouth, okay? No cottonmouths. I mean, not that I really want to see a cottonmouth moccasin, because they're ferocious, vicious, and deadly. But at the same time, you have to ask yourself, well, wait a minute, where did they go? There are no rattlesnakes anymore. Well, now they used to go around in gopher holes and smoke them out, pour gasoline down there, and catch them. It's kind of brutal when you think about the snake. But the snakes were, being captured, and some of them were eaten. And, barbecued rattlesnake is really good. And no, it don't taste like chicken. It's a little better. But the idea that they would milk the snakes for the venom and so forth, but, as far as seeing a rattlesnake, haven't seen them. Now, around my house, I've got some really big, I mean, like 7 foot, really big oak snakes. There is a king snake that lives around here that's at least 6.5 feet long. And I'm talking about the real, honest to God, king snake. They are beautiful snakes. Even lined up inside my house or underneath the windows one day. And I was like, holy shit, well, come on in, a couple of years ago, the big old snake. I don't know where the rats came from, but they got here. And they had gotten into the house. They got between the ceiling and the floor. They'd gotten in, and I heard some thumping one night. And there's a very large, like 6.5 foot oak snake, right? Beautiful, beautiful snake. And got up, had to take part of the ceiling down to look at where I heard this noise. And that big old snake had crawled somehow through my ceiling in the house, had caught himself one of them rats that was running back and forth in between the first and second, the ceiling of this floor and the other. They had found little anyway. He had him one of them things, and the thumping I heard was his tail hitting the inside ceiling down here, because he was squeezing that rat to death as he was swallowing him. And I was like, I'll leave you alone. Put the ceiling back up, just left it be, And so it's like people go, you mean you got a snake in your house? Maybe. There aren't any rats around, but have been chasing the mice. But I haven't seen that big snake, but I would bet he's still around. Huge snake, beautiful though. So, but anyway, there are folks that say, well, that's evil. Nah, if you truly understand about snake and what snake represents, I feel like I've been protected, not in any kind of evil witchcraft kind of way, but if any critters that are comfortable to live around your surroundings feel blessed, well, there's a snake that lives out back. Good. Don't, and I killed it. Okay. you were blessed to have a snake because he's keeping down the rats and frogs and so it's a good thing to have a snake around. Well, I saw the snake and I killed it. What kind was it? Don't know. Chopped its head off. Ain't gonna. But the amount of bad snakes is. When was the last time you seen a moccasin? Don't know. When was the last time you seen a rattlesnake? Don't know. Then why did you kill that snake? Well, because it's a snake. Yeah, but was it a rattlesnake? No. Was it a water moccasin? No. Then we don't really have any other poisonous snakes down here. So why'd you kill it? Well, it was just because it was a snake. Wrong answer. So it's sort of like the snake, it's a snake. Well, not all snakes are poisonous. Not all snakes are bad. And at some point they belong in with Mother Nature. So, the snake has been demonized because of the Bible. The devil appeared as a serpent. Ooh, snakes. Ooh. What if he just showed up as a hunky, buffed out? Never mind. But the idea, though, that in reality, if snakes are comfortable around you because they don't like high vibrations and, they kind of like it mellow and, they slink around and, they slick their tail and, their little mouthy thingy. But, the idea that, wait a minute, but they're evil. No, they're not. But they don't have any hands. I know. If you ever watched one crawl up a wall, I have. You ever seen them? Oh my God, with scale, they don't have hands. How do they eat? With their mouth. No hands. No. Think about it. Ingenious, right? Oh, but they're evil, wicked, mean. Let's kill them all. Nah. So, but in the spirit world, there are those nasties that are like that. There might be a lot of snake-looking things and critters and there are in other planes of reality, so forth. But not just because they look ugly and nasty, it might go and hiss at us. All snakes will hiss at us, but not all snakes are bad. So, but we're going to kill them all because they're snakes. We have to be careful with that. That's the lesson in nature. That's the lesson I've learned about the spirit world. And, hey, it's a snake. Yeah, but hi, snake. Hi, Dave. See you, snake. See you, Dave. And you can make it work out. But if everything is to attack and to kill and to destroy, and we're going to wipe all of you out, they're going to pick up on that stuff. They are sensitive to things. And it's like if you have no risk of hurt or harm, when I've come upon deer in the woods, they had every opportunity to run. And I just backed away real slow and let them do their thing. And you don't bother them. Now, they were young deer, and because the adults would probably have ran, but in the sense that I didn't try to get any closer, but I could still observe them in their habitat. And they could, instead of being scared, they, lifted their head up like, is he still standing over there? I think he is. Hey, Norm, is that guy still standing over there by that tree? I don't know. Hey, Luke, is that guy still over there by that tree? So, and I'm standing over there by the tree going, they're talking to themselves. But see, here's one of the things in Hummingbird's card. In listening, opening up our hearts and listening to the joys of the world. Animals and humans used to be able to communicate. The old legends say, now, to the point though, there's the dog whisperer and the horse whisperer, and there's the sheep whisperer, and there's the snake whisperer, and there's the, never mind. You get what I mean. But to that point though, I was attacked by a dog when I was young. Bit me right in the mouth. I had stitches here, scratched me down both sides of my face. Terrified of dogs for a while. And I learned that as the dog whisperer, not necessarily from them, but by working around animals at the wildlife center out here and different wild animals and things. So, if you look at intimidating, the animal's going to react differently. So, one of the things that with the dog, depending if they're leery of you, you get down onto their level so that they don't feel intimidated. That doesn't mean you have to get up on in their face. You allow them to approach you with the waggy tail. But if you're standing over the animal, they're going to, be, sometimes be defensive. So, and there are different things you can do. But anyway, so wildlife in general, I've been 10 feet from an owl for like 15 minutes. And the owl just sit there and turn around and look at me like, yeah, okay. In the wild. And that's not necessarily supposed to happen. And rabbits and other kind of wildlife, and things, foxes in my yard that should be scared to death. And they're running around the house. Of course, they ate all my chickens, but the fact that they would still come around the house. I found deer track right out here, just literally like 15 feet from the house the other day in the mud. So something just ran through the yard. Boy, there's a lot of activity going around tonight, let me tell you. 12 hours, my friends. So, but in this understanding of the universe, when we participate with little pieces of Mother Earth, sometimes we can hear the animals speak to us. But if we don't participate, and it's not that our heart isn't open, but we don't allow it to experience more, whether through fear or not understanding. And I'm not saying put yourself at risk, okay? I might, because of the places I go, but I have a ball and I've got memories and I have adventures and I'm still alive, So, but with that said, okay, this is probably the longest video I've ever done. 4 hours and 36 minutes. So, what time is it? Oh, I got to wait until it turns the 20th anyway. My mom never would let me have a hamster. Said, hell no, we ain't getting a rat. I use the same reasoning now with my kids. Isn't it horrible? Let them have the damn thing, and put them in those little tubes and stuff. I used to have years ago, I lived with folks that had ferrets. And it was just a mess. They lived in an apartment. But anyway, guinea pigs. You despise guinea pigs? Some of them are uglier than snot, but anyway. But ferrets. So, but years ago, I was working for a lady, Flowers Bakery. Yeah, big money around here. Flowers Bakery. They got a bakery in downtown Thomasville. And don't know if you have Flowers up there around other places, but Flowers, big deal down here. And I mean, good bread. Good, they hire well. People good company. But anyway, so one of the descendants' kids, something anyway. So had a ferret. I was working on the horse farm, which is another thing I learned about horses. If you walk at them face on like this, but if you turn sideways, they're less apt to be intimidated. I mean, different things like that. But they had this ferret, and it was out in the barn, and I was the only one that would pay it any attention. They wouldn't let it in the house because it stank, and I was like, man. So one day I was like, Gilda, what you gonna do with this? This ferret. He's just out here in the yard, out here in the barn, and the kids ain't feeding him. She goes, I don't know, you want him? And I was like, yeah, I'll take. She goes, take the freaking cage too. And I was like, cool. So me and Rocky, and we became good friends, and at least for a year or so. And he would go in his cage and stay in there and sleep. And then I'd let him out, and he'd run around. And man, there are lots of places for a ferret to like go crazy and up in the up over my head. And well, I don't know if you can see it. Let me see if I can. Oh, that's light. Anyway, I got beams that run across and upstairs and everything, and going up and down my spiral staircase. And this little weasel literally had a ball, man, and I loved Hank. He'd come, scooching up over the top of the chair and run around my neck, And one day he got outside and one of the cats got him, killed him dead out. I was like, man, cupcakes. D Ocean Swigger, I may be a bad influence. We do some long streams. I haven't done one in a while. Been trying to get some other stuff done. Um, Time for a cannabis chocolate cupcake. You know what? I got some brownies in the freezer. Yeah, I got a bunch of spiders around here, and the webs have got to go. I'm quietly going around, and one thing that my last ex-wife, for having, honest to God, you could tell she had Indian blood in her, right? I mean, you could tell. And she was like half and half kind of deal. But anyway, Blackfoot or a Minnesota area. Anyway, I think there's Blackfeet and Blackfoot. I can't remember which is where, but anyway, she would talk about, nature and the Indians and the this and the that, And so I told her, I said, listen, we got a lot of spider webs. I said, don't piss off the spiders. And she was like, well, I don't know what you're talking about. I just, and I said, listen, you don't piss off the spiders. You don't go around, I'm going to kill all the spiders. Don't tell them you're going to come and kill them. I said, and I've got a phobia about spiders since I was a kid, right? I mean, bad. And so I told her, I said, spiders can talk to each other. I said, they can tell through their webs and they're very sensitive in that and blah, blah, blah. And I said, listen, and you in your Native American ways, you could understand about Spider Woman, this and that. Oh, and I found a book too. I'm going to do stories about Spider Woman. And I said, you kind of got to sneak up and you can't go in. And I said, they're going to get you. So she went around and just cleaned the spider webs everywhere and just, kill. And they got her on her bed over there where we were sleeping. She was all the time cleaning in there, but something crawled in there one night and bit her, showing up. And I told her, and she was like, "Oh, the spiders." And I was like, "Listen, I lived here all these years, in the loft up there, and it's in the loft. Well, it's second story, but loft, little sleeping area, cubby hole. There's a spider that lived up over here in the corner. Never bothered me, was never bitten by it, never had she went in there and started poking around and pissed them all off. Next thing I know, I was like, what is with the spiders? So it took about a year after she left for the spiders to calm down, and I'm like, okay, guys, you stay in your places. It gets obnoxious with the spider webs. They have to be cleaned. But I'm not going to try to kill you, because they do a job. But at the same time, don't piss them off. Man, I don't believe that's just a wives' tale. They went after her. They knew when she was around. I mean, they could sense her energy. It was weird, but so true. So in the universe of things, how do we participate? We participate by sharing and learning, not each other's energies, but also the animal kingdom and the rock kingdom and the plant and the this kingdom, And so when we honor, well, just say snake I honor the snake for, could he be in the house? Yeah. Have I seen him? I've been on the outside in the garden and seen him come out of my house and literally keep coming out of the house. His tail would still be, upstairs and his head would be on the ground. I mean, a big snake, and it's a 8-foot ceiling thing. So it's a big snake. But rather than be pissed off about it, or like, I stood there and he crawled across my foot, came out of the house and wiggled across. And I'm standing there in the garden. I'm watching him. Where's he going to go? Right. And I just stood still. And he, as I was standing there, went across my right foot and just kind of looked at me and nonchalantly crossed into the garden and over towards the chicken pen. And I was like, son of a, right across my foot. And I kept watching him go by and go by because, he's a 7-foot snake. She, actually, I think. I caught 2 of them in my shed one time, male and female snake. There was thumping and stuff going on. Them 2 snakes was ooh. And you couldn't tell where one snake started and the other one ended. In the overhead compartment that I built in my shop out there, heard this noise and looked up, and there's these snake tails all entwined and blapping, and it's doing the humpity bump with the oak snake. So I've witnessed quite a few things. That people don't normally see, expect, or whatever. But other people was like, well, kill the snakes, get rid of them. No, I find it humorous that every year, every 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 years, I catch snakes humping and, doing the weirdo in my attic in the shed. Come on, I've seen cicadas come out of their shell, somewhere. I would love to find that video and put it up. And watching it, split open and how it opened it. Amazing, but you got to stay there and watch it and pay attention and take the time out. And, oh, well, there's a bug. Yeah, okay. No, it's a cicada. Well, I don't care what color it is, but watch what it does. Well, what do you mean? You ever seen one do that? No. I'm around here. There are times I'll walk outside and along the house or something, and no cicada. And the next day you go out there, literally the next morning, and there'll be these shells, these empty shells clinging to stuff around the house, or out in the yard, around the barn. You got to know, where did they come from? They come out and did their thing. And while you was asleep, they turned into this flying bug, and off they went. But you missed it because it only happens during that time when they crawl out, bust open, and off they go. So, but if you've ever seen one, watched one, or whatever, it's amazing, right? Especially when it's live in color in front of your eyes and not on a boob tube. You're actually seeing it with your own 2 eyes. It's tangible. It makes you a part of nature. I have not seen a live birth human, but I've seen cats and dogs and cows and stuff, So, then I've raised chickens and incubated chickens and hatched probably 50 chickens or more in my lifetime, at least. But anyway, so felt it kind of creepy when I sat down. The spider probably checked. I would, Loretta, I'm not quite gonna, no. Yeah, snake sex. I'm telling you, it was weird. They were so mangled, balled up, twisted, and there was probably, one of them was at least 5 feet. At least 5 feet. The other was about 6.5 feet. But to see them all balled up, tangled up, and most of them, somewhere, I've got some video or took pictures of this because it was so bizarre. It was like most of them was hanging down off of the rafter in the shop. And I expected any minute for the 2 of them to like come crashing to the floor. And the next thing you know, I'd back up a little bit and go, how are they doing that? I'd look up in there, and it's just a little bit over my head. How in the hell are they? What are they hanging on to, And what are they doing? Are they like French kissing or something? Because most of their other body parts were dangling down off of the rafter. And all of a sudden then they would just the tails would disappear up overhead, and I'd have to climb up on the ladder to look in there to see what was going on. And it was just this mangled bunch of, snake. Amazing. I mean, I'm not necessarily a voyeur, but when they're doing it, I was in the shop doing something and felt this. It was sort of like you know, I would equate it to a Three Stooges movie. Okay. And I'm Shemp. Okay. And I'm standing there at the workshop going, la, da, 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 and everything's groovy, la, da, 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 da. And then all of a sudden my hat gets knocked off. And I look around and go, all right, now who's back there? And, you look around and ain't nobody there. You don't think to look up, right? La, da, 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 and you go back to doing your thing. And about that time flump. And you go, all right, now, Larry, Mo, Curly, leave me alone, Shrimp, okay? So Shemp's working it there and doing his thing. And, about that time, the hat goes flip. And so that's when I turn around and look up and take one of those double step back and go, holy crap, Natalie, And so it was exactly like that, in my own reality and having been in theater so much. It was like I reacted sort of like Shemp would have done, in watching the Three Stooges. So, and I've been called a stooge for a lot of the comedy I used to do and slapstick and so forth. You could probably see why, just how I'm reacting over the video thingy. But anyway, so in live theater and some of the skits and stuff we used to do, I'd love to make people laugh. So thanks for hanging out with me, and hopefully you got a giggle or two. Yeah, snake eating a fish is amazing. Altera's been hanging out somewhere. Oh, there you go. I see. Have a nice night, and you as well. I'm fixing to call it quits. I've been on here for almost 5 hours. Yeah, I love the Three Stooges too. And to expecting a spider to know proper English or how to spell way correctly may be much to ask from a spider, and anybody that eats their own turds in a way. I mean, I'm sorry, curds. What the hell? I don't want to eat a curd. The curd, Turkestan or Kazakhstan. I'm not eat. Sorry, that was a bad ethnic joke. Are on around 5, 6 a.m. on IFC channel a few times a week. Are they? Yeah, on a couple of the, most of us got a Roku box or something, but watching through the old and Shemp did stuff on his own too. There were a couple of old black and whites back in the day that Shemp was without his brothers, or was not necessarily part of the Three Stooges, and one of the interesting things, there was Laurel and Hardy, who was one of my favorites back in the day. Stan Laurel. I always, of course, I was a skinny kid, so I was Stan Laurel, and I had a friend of mine who was, for all intents and purposes, was, Oliver Hardy. So, but there was a movie with John Wayne that many people might not know about, and this is sort of a little trivial question, but did John Wayne, or let me make it back, I'm really bad at this. What movie did John Wayne and Oliver Hardy co-star in together? Dun 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 dun. Safe travels. You're welcome, Sarah. So it's black and white, I believe, and with Sarah, I'm working it out. I've been up in the trailer that where my stuff was stored and making room for it. Gonna seriously try to get the puppets down here and do a little thing for you. Um, because one of the things that in the spiritual journey of every one of us, of the things that befuddle us the most, sometimes we just need a break from monotony. And I'll just show you how crazy I am and try to see. Now y'all have to be honest and tell me though whether or not you pee your pants. You just got to tell me the truth. But anyway, so the movie with John Wayne and Oliver Hardy that they did together was called The Kentuckians, and it's a really good movie. And it's without Stan Laurel, but and him and John Wayne have a really good rapport in the movie. I've seen it several times. Would watch it again. It's a good movie. And so anyway, if you're on Roku, check it out. So almost 5 hours, and about the time I get ready to finish off the prayer, then it'll be about that time. David Castle, good to see you. Sarah, always. An indica night, absolutely. Isby, I love you, brother. Yeah, as long as I get my point across, I care less how I. Yeah, I'm working on the puppets. I really am. They're stored in an old trailer that my brother abandoned, and the poor thing's falling apart. And my puppets are stored out there, and they're good chance of getting damaged. And I am making arrangements as quickly as I can to get them out of there, and which means that if I get them out of there, I'll also be able to get them out and open them up and do some stuff. So, but anyway. So have a wonderful night and a wonderful day. And listen, it's almost 12:20. So smoke if you got them. And whatever happens today, it's going to happen. It's going to be damned interesting, though. And to see who's right or wrong or whatever, it's just going to be an interesting show. Now, there are a lot of folks out there. Much love to you too, Sarah. Thank you. It's just going to be interesting. I don't know. If I was a betting man, I wouldn't. I just wouldn't. Well, I'm sure this is going to happen. I don't know. I wouldn't. It's 4:20 somewhere. What was that? You heard it too? I swear there's energies around here. I realize I ain't had supper. I've been doing stuff and was it yesterday or the day before? Anyway, one of the days, the last couple of days, was a really bad hurt day for me. I mean, I was like literally on the edge of tears. Oh my God, I hurt. And I'm not quite sure why, but I'd been collecting firewood and splitting wood, which usually, I've learned how to use the sledge wedge, and it doesn't take much for me. And the bending over and picking up the wood, I've cut it in smaller pieces now, and I use a bucket, and I can carry the bucket easily, and which is less stress. So done all these things, to accommodate my age and my handicap, so to speak. So I'd rather make 3 trips than 1 trip and be hurt. So, but anyway, the other day though, I hurt so bad. I was just like, Lord have mercy. If I could get my hands on some morphine or something, I would do it in a heartbeat. Give me a pill, Lord Jesus. Drop one from the sky from a drone. I don't care. But Lord, give me some. It hurt bad. I'm sore today, but I've been moving stuff and concrete blocking and did a bunch of stuff out there and cleaned up some things and getting ready to, to put more work into the porch out there. I need more concrete is the reason I haven't done any more on the porch. But I got as far as I got concrete. So, and I got the footer and the floors. I'm moved a bunch of stuff around. I'm making I mean, for me, I'm making progress. So I'm proud of myself for not being sitting on the couch and bitching about my back hurting. But the other day, it hurt to watch. It hurt to lay still. So I'm not bitching. I'm just saying sometimes it happens. You just got to just take what it gives you. But I refuse to let that day affect me today or yesterday. You know what I mean? No, sorry. That was then. This is now. But from all the stuff I did today, I might not be able to move tomorrow or now later on today. But I look at it like this, and a lot of it in that now, when I was a younger man, I had to bite the bullet, get my ass up and go to work and do all that kind of stuff. But, I'm retired now. So as much as there are times when I wake up and go, man, I got to get stuff done today, get stuff done today. And I walk outside and I look around and go, wow, there's so much needs to get done. Where should I start? What could I do? Blah, blah, blah. And then I convince myself, screw it. I'm coming back in and sit down and have a cup of coffee and wait for the sun to warm up the house and, make every excuse in the world, right? But then there are times when I go, nah, come on. I know I'm nobody's making me do anything. I can sit and look out the window if I want to all day. Nobody's making me do anything. Not any kind of schedule. If I want to, if I had the cement, I'd go out and mix cement tonight, Um, but the idea, though, that it's not about somebody making me. Now, to me, I have all these projects that I've wanted done. I've got all these old brick that I want to finish putting up on the house and the porch and stuff instead of a big pile in my yard. And, to finish it off so that it looks like a yard instead of, a pile of bricks with stuff around it. And, and I go, yeah, but I want to get this done. But why? Well, because, I've had this picture of it in my head for the last couple of years and I really want it done. And I'm making progress. And it's taking a little longer, but it's looking pretty good and things are humming along and, give me just a little bit more time. And so, but I started it and yeah, it's been a fairly decent idea. But at the same point though, it gives you a sense of accomplishment. So how many guys at my age are mixing cement and building porches just for the hell of it? Now I do want to it is going to be a greenhouse porch. So I do have the intentions of doing as much sunlight as possible, but I do absolutely have the intention of having, extra light because I've got all kinds of different types of LED lights and stuff. And I absolutely am going to, you know, do indoor growing and as a greenhouse, but do extended. No, I can't grow weed. Wish I could, but it's going to be all other types of stuff. But to give it extended life and also be able to use more redshift because our sun now is more blue than it used to be. It's not orange anymore. So, to make sure that my plants are getting the right wavelength, one of the reasons why I'm doing it now. If it don't turn out right, you'll see. God willing, and the creek don't rise too high. That so all of the daylight light that I possibly can. Then at night I'm going to shift it more towards the red and give it 2 or 3 hours after sundown. So they won't be on all the time, but they'll come on when sundown comes to help modify and give the other wavelength spectrums that's missing from the sun. So, and also I can control the bugs and the water and all that kind of stuff that I can't know that I've tried. I've had gardens now for the last 40 years. In the last couple of years, it ain't worth the effort. Because of bugs and droughts and this and worms and moles and oh my God, you can't keep up with it. So I'm going to grow indoors and try different methods. I've got all the pipe and everything. There's types where there's pipe that have offsets up and down the pipe with the plants growing out of those, sort of like a tree. Going to try that method. Also going to try the sideways method. So I've got lots of pipe that I've collected over the years and cut a hole in the pipe and put a plant, a hole in the pipe, plant, hole in the pipe, plant, hole in the pipe, and have the water trickle all the way down, one length of pipe. So I'm going to try different methods in the same area. I'm going to suspend some of them from the ceiling so that I won't have to, bump into things on the floor. But since it's lots of, it's over 4 inches of concrete, and I'm going to put a finish on it, just a clear finish, but I'm going to put a finish on it. And so I won't care if the floor gets wet. If I'm watering plants or whatever, I'm not going to care. If not big splashes, but to the point, if I drip a little water on the floor or something like that, it's not going to matter. Okay. Easy to clean up and that kind of thing. Whereas, if I've got a lot of plants here in the house, which by the way, I got to water, but they have a tendency to overflow. They're taking up window space. I want to move that kind of thing out there. So, but as you come in my house, then it'll also change my front door. They'll have plants all on the right-hand side and kind of sort of overhead a little bit to your right. And then so you'll come into the house, into the greenhouse porch thing. Anyway, so plants and life and, growth and hopefully, I mean, I got vines and stuff growing all over in certain places of the house where some of these plants have been here for literally 10 years, 15 years in the same place. And I keep watering them and the vines keep growing and I keep putting them across the different places in the house. So anyway, I'm crazy like that, but it's surrounded by living things and frogs hop across the floor, and I got snakes that visit and keep the rats out of the house, So trying to live as close to nature as possible. I know other people can't live the way I do, and I wouldn't expect them to. But in their own reality, you can find your own harmony with the universe. But you got to go make the connection. So it's said that one of the places in our brain, prisons, that spiders have evil intentions. They only have evil intentions if we put evil intentions on them. Years ago, I think I've told this story, but as I get ready to walk out of here, one more story for the road. My friend Gray Wolf was here teaching me about shamanism and so forth, and it was a February, early March that year, and we're burning the property. So we're walking along, and it was at night, walking back to the down the trail to the, to the river, to the camp, and we had learned it so well, and the path was so easy that you didn't even need a flashlight most of the way, especially if the moon was up a little bit. So one night it was a little darker, and we had flashlights, and we're going across this area, and Gray Wolf says, "What are those little green things down there in the grass?" And I said, "Here, let me show you." So I take a little headlamp off, and I showed it down there. And he goes, "What is it?" And I said, "It's a spider." And 2 little tiny eyeballs down in the grass, but they're shining when you hit them with your headlamp, shining bright, boy. And so he started looking, and all through this grass, all through the woods, were these tiny little groups of little green eyes. I mean, it was like out of a horror movie. But they're tiny, little. I mean, the spiders ain't but this big, right? But now he's supposed to be this Indian shaman, talk to demons, spirits, and worked. So he looked across the ground, and underneath a lot of pine needles, mostly pine forest. So a lot of pine needles this year for some reason, and they got to be burned because they end up being really volatile. So, but anyway, and he's like, "Oh my God, they're all over the place." And I'm like, he goes, and I said, "Joe, the woods is full of them." But, and I said, "We've been sleeping on the ground down there." But then he started. Then so now all he could see were these tiny little eyeballs. Everybody, oh, it is Project Skyfall's birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday. The other, the real song is copyrighted, and you're supposed to pay. That's why they. Anyway. So, but anyway, he goes, "Well, we're going to burn them out," because we were going around and I was doing little small fires and burning off small sections. We'd go down over here and set some pine straw on there, and they would burn together, and then this over here. So I'm walking back and forth across. So I don't know, a couple hours later, we had burned this section off. And Gray Wolf looks at me and he goes, because we're on the way back to the house, and he goes, "Well, they're all dead now, aren't they?" And I said, "Well, I don't know. I wouldn't be too sure." And I mean, there's flames that are this high, across the forest and burning kind of slow and everything. I said, "I don't know. I wouldn't be too sure of that." So now there's this black scarred land. And as he turns around and he makes this comment, it's almost like all of the spiders opened up their eyeballs at the same time. And so what was grass and pine needles, and so the little eyeballs are hidden, right? He turns around, turns on with his lamp, and there are these thousands of tiny sets of, not eyes, sets of eyes, because now all the ground cover is burnt, but all these spiders are all over the place. And he was like, "Oh, I didn't know there was so many." Now he's really freaked out. He won't even go back down to the river. He's all these spiders are everywhere. And I was like, "Dude, man, you've been here for 4 months going up and down this trail. They've been here the whole time, and they'll be here when you're gone. Just, you deal with, spirits in other realms, and you can't deal with these tiny little spiders. They're tiny. They're little bitty. So even the big, strong men, warriors, and, he was. Now, I got to say, I looked out across that, and I've done it before. This has been many moons ago. But I've done it before, and you look out across there and you see all those tiny little sets of eyes. And each one of those little sets of eyes has their own little place where they live. They've got their own little insects. They've got their own little communities. They've got all the little spider webs in all these little close to the ground communities. And even when a fire goes over the top of them, they hunker down somehow and are there right after the fire goes out. They're still there. So, oh my God. But if you don't see it and experience those tiny little things and pay attention, you don't understand really what the realm of the universe is like, because people can't even look down at their feet and realize what's going on down there, let alone understand one iota of the universe. Not to be ugly, rude, mean, bad, nasty, but they have this, "Well, I understand the universe." Well, you don't even understand what's under your feet. Come on, let's talk about this. And because you should, I can't say that you must, but um, looks like there's something going around back behind my head. Anyway, if y'all see something, holler, will you? Because it feels like there's a lot of stuff, floating around in the air tonight. Not that I'm scared, but, A friend of mine said they saw about an 8 foot tall blue being that sort of looked like consistency of the uh, Michelin man. Yeah, the tires and everything. Mossy man, how are you? Blessings to you, Lady Spitfire. So I've made my 5 hours. And Michelle, she's not here this evening, which is unusual, but hope she's okay. Everything's good. Her place. Um, and there are other things to do than to hang out with me. But later on, she can, if she hasn't got anything to do, she can hang out and watch this. So Michelle, this one's for you, along with all you other wonderful folks. So let's keep the faith. We're going to find out in a few hours what the hell's going to go on, and it's just going to be interesting. As much as I say I can't wait, I almost don't want to know. It's Christmas time, and I'm not sure if somebody brought a present. We're not sure what the hell's in it, but you get to open it in a couple of hours. How about that? But did you know where it come from? No, but we think the guy was okay. We think it was a guy. We're not sure. It was delivered and it's for you, but you don't know where it come from. Nope. But tomorrow's Christmas. We're going to open it up and none of us know where it come from or where. We'll see. It's that kind of feeling. Oh, what a feeling. So cheers, my brothers and sisters. Sarah, anticipation, a little bit. I have a couple of cats that live around the property and the neighbors and all and so forth, but one of them was caterwauling earlier. And it's sort of like, yes, anticipation, but it's also curiosity. I played a character in a play and we had to, I had to convince this character, oh no, man, no, mate, I got the right deal here, mate. No, this is how we're gonna do it, mate. You put in with me, yeah, and you and me, we're gonna make it right. We're gonna get that lady from Singapore, and we're gonna make her, we're gonna sell it out right. Okay, so salesman job on this thing, and the other guy had information that I was trying to convince to like go in with me. And when I didn't really know if he had anything or not. So he knew, but I didn't. So in trying to, him not let on that he actually had the item that I was looking for in this play, it's called Down an Alley Filled with Cats. So, but I think he's got it because all of my information has led me to this bookstore. But in the conversation between us is like, okay, so you got it, right? Yeah. And he wants to pull out a gun, and like, okay, now tell me where it is. And, but he hasn't got the guts to, to pull a trigger to shoot him or, it's all convoluted. But in the conversation between the two of them, one has information that he wants from the guy that has the item, wants more information as to what he's actually got. He's not quite sure, but he knows it's valuable. The other guy knows it's worth, knows who might want it, but, isn't quite sure what the object is. So, but anyway, so it's the anticipation, yes, but it's also, I wonder just what the hell, well, I don't care. No, I mean, I wonder what the hell, or, don't worry about it. Two guys sitting around going, well, but, it was worth much. Well, I don't know. If you were a betting man, how much would you bet? Well, I got $1. I got 4 quarters here in my pocket. I'll give you the 4 quarters. And if you win, you get 4 quarters. That's the deal. Okay, Bob? Well, I don't know, What if it doesn't happen? Well, you're only out 4 quarters. What do you want to bet? This kind of thing. So tomorrow we'll see. I'm wondering, in the underground betting of things, is like bookies, what the betting odds are. I mean, just seriously, all non-joking aside. No, come on, let's joke about it. Come on, this is too much fun. If I play poker, if I bet on, a straight, on an inside flush kind of deal, would I bet on in the next 12 hours? Well, hell no. Are you serious? You want me to bet on what's good? Not on your life. Mm-mm. If I had $2, I might give $1 away and just go, because I'd just be throwing my money away anyway. So here's $1. There you go. How about that? Serendipity, serendipity, anticipation. That's my cue off to see if I'm a mega millionaire. Out of here. My friends, thank you. It's been a wonderful time. And where I once was bored, am not. I once was bored in tears. Now, never mind. Be safe, be well. I continue to pray that each and every day, I'm going to end it this time, that each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives will continue to learn how to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. I bet $1. I continue to pray that each and every day, each and every one of you, your friends, your family, all of your relatives, and all of your relations, past, present, and to come, will continue to learn to accept and receive the knowledge, the healing, and the wisdom from the universe. And in the law of three, especially in comedy, I continue to pray that each and every one of you will continue to learn to accept and receive and to share the healing, the knowledge, the wisdom, and the blessings from the universe. Because the more we do this, the more we get along. And despite the outcome in 12 hours or less, we'll see. Okay, I'll bet $1. I got 4 quarters on you. Okay, so sleep well if you can. I'm gonna go make me a sandwich. I'm hungry, and I will chat with you, good folks, later. And for those of you that would like to see me do a puppet show, I seriously am getting the puppets out of the trailer. They need to get back in the house, and because they're in a not so good situation. So, wish me luck. Be safe. Be wise. And from South Georgia, as we always say down here, TTFN. Ta-ta for now. Be safe. Be wise. Be sweet. Be compassionate. Be yourselves.